And anyways, just thought I'd share that with you. Once I released that back part of the heel, the frogs and the bars, and then I did balance the hoof the first time. I come back 20 days later, his hoof is still balanced, and I'm noticing the back part of his hoof opening up. So all those changes were able to push out the back instead of being bound and everything shoving and pushing up and distorting my toe, if that makes sense.
No, that's cool story. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
No,
Anyways,
thanks for sharing.
yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, that's awesome.
I
Okay,
have to run
and
because I have to feed the horses, but I will be listening to you from my pocket, and then I will join in half an hour properly.
okay,
You know,
and then when I'm done doing this demonstration, you can share what you were going to. Would that be all right?
Yes, yes, I will.
Okay.
Okay, girls or guys, I
Okay.
don't know who's listening. Thank you.
Okay, okay, so let's see here. I'm having a few technical difficulties. Like this, wait a minute. That's supposed to be, I'm supposed to have video there. So hold on. Let's see what this does. Camo, I got camo. I'm gonna have to redo it. Hold on.
Hey, while you're doing that, Linda, I wanted to share something with you real quick.
Sure. Please
You-
do.
Do you remember that when I was telling you about, trying to send videos to a gal at the barn um, about how to trim the heels and stuff because she was following markups by a gal that was telling her that you never touch the heels or the back of the foot?
Yeah.
Well, she was telling her that alfalfa is the reason these feet get this way.
Oh my God.
And telling her not to feed alfalfa. Now, here's the kicker. Then she suggested a grain. So the girl went and bought all this grain. And me and Amy at the barn are looking at it and we're like, she's saying no alfalfa, but this is an alfalfa based grain that she suggested. So I
Oh,
just thought,
so like, was it pellets?
I think so. Yeah. A pelleted
Oh,
grain. I just looked at the bag. I think it
is
is
that
pellets.
is that our dear friend Anna?
Huh?
Or what's her name?
Oh, I
What's that
don't know.
gal's name? Apex Trim?
Yes, the apex
Oh,
trim.
well, that sounds like something she'd come up with.
So me and Amy were just laughing about it. We're like, really, no alfalfa? But then this is the grain you told her to use.
Yeah, she just picks stuff out of the air, you know?
Linda, I know that the apex trim is usually trying to grow a lot of heel.
Yeah.
And is there is what is your conflict with it?
Well, the way, okay, she really doesn't know anything about heels. What happened was she was on Ray Hannon Hawk's group, okay? And then so Rhiannon was telling her all about what we do for like a year. She just started trimming. Um, and then she learned about this whole heel thing. So she immediately starts charging and doing markups for people and going around all over Facebook saying that she is a world renowned clinician when she just started trimming. See, and what she is a flaming narcissist from hell who saw they're good at seeing opportunities to make a buck, you know, and to see where people are suffering and stuff like that. So she saw the truth of it. So she took that part and she started calling it the apex trim, and she started ripping people off financially, with their markups and other things. And what she has is what I would call, you know what the word eclectic means? Where you just pick a bunch of different stuff, and stuff. So she just picked a bunch of different stuff and put it together so she could have an online class and charge money for it. And I'm sorry to say that she ain't the only one. Okay. You know, these people, instead of working together and using their talents to help all of us, decide to just steal the heel deal and go off on their own. And the thing is, they didn't really understand it. And they didn't realize there was more to learn. And then they combined it with stuff like never trim the frog, you know, things like that. Don't trim the frog, don't trim the bars, or don't trim the toe, but just let those heels grow. See? And so that's the conflict. And like I said, she ain't the only one.
And
See?
can I share something about the gal at the Barnes horse who's following this lady's markups?
Sure.
Um, when I seen her horse, because after showing her one of Amy, she was using one of Amy's horses, as one that she was doing markups on and her own. But Amy was like, the heels are uneven, the horse is not walking sound, so she's like, here, Devin, trim this horse too, because I wasn't trimming everyone in the barn, just the horses that were having hoof problems. But anyways, so after trimming her and showing her, how to trim the heels because she wasn't touching them, so the bar and frog and everything was just way overgrown. Um, she wanted me to look at her horse. And her horse, she's been doing that trim for over a year on, which granted, she did get the toe back and she did get, her hoof stood up, but her heels are not her actual heels, they're sidewall from what I've
Yeah.
learned. And her actual heel buttress is completely curled around the back and jamming into the frog. I mean, her feet wrap all the way around the back. They're so bound. Her frog is so contracted but grown up inside the hoof. And I told her, I was like, yeah, let me send you some videos. I was like, because that even I knew before learning some of this new stuff that contracted heel was not right and that she needed to trim the bars, trim that frog down and open, help open up that hoof. And so, she
Are you there? You
she's
cut out.
can you hear me?
Now I can, yeah.
Okay. But she has taken like so much information and she has made her horse better that now
Sure.
she thinks this girl is the holy grail. So she's not really
Oh, yeah.
listening to me. But even Amy said during their lessons that her horse is starting to like pick up her feet and almost like she only wants to land on her toes. And she's like, she
Mhm.
looks to me like she's starting to get tender. And I was like, look, when her horse can't move anymore, that's when she'll have an open mind, maybe. But at this
Maybe.
point, they're starting to look really, really contracted. So I could see where this would make horses really good and then eventually like worse than they were before once the back of that
Yeah.
hoof binds and contracts. But anyways, I thought I'd share with you. So
Yeah,
that's
that's interesting because when I first started advocating for more heel, I had people saying, "Yeah, I've had people come to me, not from me per se, but who have tried to grow heels before, and their horse just got worse." Well, we didn't know that it wasn't just a matter of growing heels, but that this is a matter of how the foot contracts and gets smaller and compresses the foot, hoof binding as called. Didn't know that. See, we've just learned so many things. And the thing about it is that um because there's such a good number of us that have been doing this and keeping on going, and working through uh uh I don't know if it's, you call it mistakes or things we didn't know, finding out things we didn't know, and then we would see the pattern on every horse the same, you know so it was research that needed to keep going. But unfortunately, the hoof care world is built on a foundation of deceit and greed. All right. Going back to the vet schools. Okay. And that is documented in Bracy Clark's books and all through history, and especially in the barefoot movement. Now that's not to say that, well, it was definitely founded on that, on error, anatomical error, and pretty much greed. People want to make a name for themselves, and then that with the internet, everybody wants an online class and to make money off people. And I can understand your time is worth something, okay, but the things these people charge is ridiculous. I mean, it's just utter ridiculous. I could say, well, it's just ridiculous. All you got to do is look around and go to these different websites and where they're going to give you a class, and see what they're charging. It's like beyond the pale, especially if it's just an online class and you ain't doing jack to it. They're just going through your little thing, paying you hundreds of dollars. See, I just don't like that at all. Now that somebody should make money if they're going to spend their time and stuff, I don't have any problem with that. What I do have a problem with is what they're charging people and the fact that they really don't know what they're doing. If they, I wish they'd come and steal it all, and then go and do something and actually really help people, because this is not about doing online courses to make money off of people and stuff like that. Now, that's not saying that we will never have anything like that. And when I say we, I mean we, okay? What it is saying is that if we did, we would not charge people like that, and we would make it a thing where many, 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 many people could benefit, kind of like a combination of Amway, Mary Kay, and Tupperware. That's what I foresee,
Yeah, and I'll tell you, this girl's horse's feet have gotten super tiny.
Yeah. Okay. See, now how can she grow heels and have super tiny feet, right?
Yeah, right?
So see, so something she's doing there is wrong. And so what this is about and what tact is about was just me wanting decent feet on my horse and thinking that these people knew the anatomy and finding out they didn't. I didn't want to know any of that garbage,
I'll try to take pictures of her and just
Okay.
show you next time I'm there when her owner's not there. Amy won't mind. I'll get a
Okay,
picture of her foot.
that'd be good. Okay. Yeah. Hijack those pictures.
Okay.
So eventually we might have a nonprofit organization or some sort of organization with very formal classes on video where people could be certified, host clinics for a very reasonable money back, no matter what, guarantee if people aren't, helped with their horses. Because I'm going to tell you what, see, and I know this for a fact, and that is there's a lot of people out there that were that trimming didn't work for, and they were failures. And as soon as they become a failure, they get dropped by these hoof gurus and these clinicians. They'll stop talking to them, they'll stop calling them, they'll stop all this stuff because all they want to promote is success stories. See, because people are making a lot of money off of people doing this. And so anyway, that's what this is built on. And the first vet schools, that guy that ran, hey, you guys are gonna quit. You're on my bed wrestling. Can you hear them? They're growling back there. Well, I mean it. Yeah. I ought to show you. Nah, I don't want to show you my messy room. My dog's on the bed going at it here. Playing. Yes. You be good. Okay, so anyway, historically, okay, since the first vet schools opened, it's been a mess. All right. And all these people trying to get patents on their shoes, and I mean all this kind of stuff. See, because they wanted, and then they're the head of the vet school, right? And they come up with some sort of bad method, and these people never shod horses before. Okay, but they wrote the books that got passed down in the vet schools. So anyway, so that set a foundation for this industry of deceit and greed. And you would think they would have figured something out by now, you know, but they haven't and stuff. So anyway, what we're concerned about is just the truth. That's all. Just the truth. Not the money, just the truth. That's it. Okay, so what I want to share with you today is I'm going to have to put some gloves on, okay, because I'm going to show you what I've got here is I've got 3 feet off of Holly Burns's horse, Lana. And oh, Lana, that's her name, not Anna. Okay, Lana Camaraccio or whatever her name is, Apex Trim. Okay, I just they're advertised for her. So Holly's horse, Lana, she started trimming her in 2017. She ran into me on the internet, and that horse got way better. She had very contracted feet, and she got way better. But then kids, I'm gonna have to lock my dogs out. So she started trim and tacked, and the mare got sound. But then here last year, she got in an accident where she hurt herself, and so she had to put her down. And so she sent her feet to me. Well, I had them in this one freezer. And somebody unplugged it. And so then I went to check in that freezer, and oh my goodness, you know, I did a short video on that where I had to pull the hoof capsules off of like 6 feet that had thawed out and got really nasty. And so these were some of the feet. And so what I did was I pulled the hoof capsules, I soaked them, I drained the blood, I pulled the hoof capsules, and then I put them in alcohol. So I'm going to get my gloves on, and yeah, it's not this one here. Here, I'm going to enlarge this. Let's see. There's a way to make me. There we go. Can you see that? Everybody see that?
Yep.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so this here, I'll go ahead and explain this capsule here first. This capsule is off a horse that I trimmed for about 8 months. And I know now that he had really good feet, and I was trimming the heels out of him. And of course, we know what happens as you trim the heels out, they start to curl in. And of course, these are curled in more because they're dry. All right. But something I want to show you on this capsule is, like, if you look at this side, you see that it looks full, like it's got some flaky sole, but it looks like it's got full sole in the heel. But if you look at this side where I took the sole out, you see what was really happening to the capsule and the foot, where you see, okay, see the bar here? Let's see the bar? This bar is supposed to be connected right there. And so what was happening as I was gradually trimming the heels out, and it was pulling the back of the heel down, is that it was bending the bar up into the foot like that. Okay, does everybody see that bar?
Yep.
Okay. See, it's supposed to be connected right here. And so what does that got to do to a horse? Because look at the inside. See, as you trim the heels down and it pulls the back of the foot down like this, it bends that bar up into the foot, and then it takes this internal part of the collateral groove here and it bends it up into the foot. See that? That's not supposed to be like that. This heel here, where I'm at here, this heel here is supposed to be more up like this, and these collateral grooves, this would be the bottom of the collateral groove here. Okay, they're supposed to be smooth and fit the foot. Now, if you look at this, this is a plaster foot. Okay, you see what the bottom of that plaster foot looks like? The collateral groove is not that deep. You see that? That's why you don't judge sole depth by the depth of the collateral groove. All right. You judge sole depth by the depth of the frog apex, and also what we look at is the sole ridge. See, now if you look at those collateral grooves, they're not deep, are they? Okay. That would have to be smooth, just a smooth fit along there. Okay, so if I put this capsule on that foot, what it's going to do is it's going to pull the bulbs down, pull these bulbs, force them down this way, and then it's going to take these bars here, right there, wait a minute, and it's going to jam them up into the bottom of the foot right here. Can anybody tell me what's right underneath there? Starts with an N.
Navicular bone.
Amen. Yeah, navicular bone. So this is why they have problems, because when you trim these heels out, let me get over here, and it pulls the whole capsule down, it's pulling the foot down like this, but it's taking that bar and it's bending it up right straight into that navicular bone. Well, we know this is not soft, right? This is hard. Bars are hard. And so it's creating this deal of jamming this right up into the navicular bone. See, when I look at the back of a hoof capsule, I shouldn't even be able to see the collateral groove coming up like this or like this one over here. Either one. See, shouldn't be like that. Should just be smooth, like my finger, kind of like that. Just like the shape of this foot here. Now I have one off a back foot that, I mean, this horse here wasn't quite right either, but I guarantee you he wasn't lame, and he didn't have, there we go, he didn't have the bottom of this collateral groove pressing up into his navicular bone. See there? So that's the difference. See, this horse trimmed himself for his whole 8 years. He was maybe barely trimmed, like 8 years. And then he went blind and they put him down. And so this was a back foot. I got a video on YouTube called Removing a Hoof Capsule, and wound up on the dark side of the web. Funny. I couldn't figure it out because I was getting all these notifications. These people going, how did I get over here? What is this? It got a lot of views, a lot of views. And it was just pulling this hoof capsule off here. And so I just want you to see the difference here of what the bottom of the collateral groove looks like that fits over the bottom of the foot. See, it's not deep compared to this foot here. So imagine that sticking up into the bottom of your horse's foot. And it is on almost all these horses. Okay, so since I got this here, another thing I want to show you. So there was this guy. Did anybody else besides me ever hear of the Hoof Wizard? Anybody ever heard of that? Well, there was a guy here 10, 12 years ago, and he was advertising this way to trim feet. And he invented, I hope I can find the other one. I think this is the rear foot. Let's see. Which one is this? Hairline, Hoof Wizard. Well, he had a front and a rear foot. I think this is the rear foot. And he made these things like this that you would you would attach it to the hairline here somehow. I can't remember exactly how it was now, but you'd put this on and it would teach you how to trim your horse's foot. So you just cut along these lines or something like that. He's not in business anymore. I don't know what happened to him, but thank God, because it don't work. All right, but it's a pretty cool looking idea. See, okay, so I thought this would be a great way to show you how a hoof capsule distorts. Okay, so if everything was right, your heels were even here. Let's see if I can get this up. It would look like that. Wait a minute. Like so. Okay, so what happens is when one heel gets trimmed out is that it starts to pull one bulb down like so. And so you have this hoof capsule that is kind of twerked. I don't know if I can show it right. Plus look at me. Shaky, shaky, shake. Okay. See, they should be level like this. Instead, one gets trimmed out and the whole foot gets pulled like so. If I can do this right. Like so. And so your actual foot is kind of twerked like this. Yeah, I don't know if you can see how that would be. Okay, now look at the front. You know how we're always saying about how people say you look at the front of the foot and the horn tubules are over like that? Okay, look what happens when I tweak one of these down. Well, see how it bends it one way? Well, trying to look at the screen and do this at the same time. So it will.
Linda, is clear. When
Is
you
it?
push your hands down, the correct line, the straight line goes to the left.
Okay, you're seeing it right
We
then?
can see it. Yes, we can see it.
Okay. I thought that was a pretty good idea what happens in the back, how the hoop capsule goes like this, and of course it's going to pull the foot into that shape too, you know. Okay, so now I got to put my gloves on because got a bucket full of stinky feet here. Da, 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 da. Okay. Mm-mm. So I got to explain. I learned something today when I got these feet out. Now there's a piece of sole. Okay, so here's one. Here's one, and the thing I noticed that all the sole. Wait a minute. Let me try and Oh, how am I going to do this? Let me try and see if I can make this a little bit different here. Hold on. Well, we'll just do it like this. Okay, so you see this sole here. The whole sole was like that. Let me see if I can back this up a little bit so it looks farther away. Hold on. That stupid thing. I got this funky thing going here. That might work better. Okay. Okay, that's better. All right, so we're going to look at the sole here, which is very interesting. So I thought, because I'd looked at them a few weeks ago, I thought, well, the sole is just busting out. See, like, you see this piece here? That it's just busting out. Well, so then when I was going to get these feet and show them to you, I thought, okay, I'm going to reach down in there because it's a little cloudy and murky. I got them in a 5-gallon bucket full of alcohol. And so when I reached down in there, because I wanted to retrieve the pieces that would fit in here, that would be all like this piece of sole here. Okay. When I went to retrieve them, I felt around in the bottom of that bucket and there were none. So you know what that told me? That told me that alcohol is eating the sole. So I'm going to have to change and put them in something else before it totally eats them all. And now, but it's still interesting though, how you can really see how the sole grows, how it grows in layers. It is composed of tubules, but it grows in layers. You see that? Now, we don't want to make the mistake of, like, if I was going to trim this foot up for you and stuff like that, if I was to take the correct amount of sole out, that I would keep going until I didn't have flaky sole anymore. Because I did this one time. I had this foot. And in fact, yeah, I had this one foot and off this horse. And I thought, okay, I was doing a video and I thought, well, I'm going to see how much flaky sole, how much, excuse me, flaky dead sole I have on this cadaver foot. So it was a really good foot. In fact, let's see. Oh, it was a front foot off of this horse here. This horse here. And he had super nice thick sole and really good foot. He was the one that self-trimmed. And so I started just exfoliating the sole. And the sole kept coming and coming. I got like over half an inch of sole out before it dawned on me that it's all dead exfoliatable sole. In other words, because the horse is dead, okay, his sole is also dead. So even though while he was alive, he may have had, like this horse, some dead exfoliatable sole, because when she was alive, she'd had a certain amount of layers of dead exfoliatable sole, which you can see right here. But then as you got down, it would have got waxy and it would have turned into live sole. Because you have dead exfoliatable sole that should have exfoliated, but a lot of times gets retained, and you have to learn the difference, because it can be dead exfoliatable sole, but if it's not exfoliated, if it doesn't wear away, then it can compress to the point to where it looks like live sole, and then you won't take it out. And the horse can develop a whole false sole that looks like live sole. And so what that'll do is that'll keep your foot from continuing in the restoration process, because all that sole is just going to glue that foot together and nothing's going to move. So you have the exfoliatable sole that if it doesn't exfoliate and it gets compacted, it can look like live sole. Live sole, live sole is just it is waxy, but also your bars can grow over the sole and look like live sole. So see, there's so many different little things you got to know in dealing with the sole. You have to understand that you have two shapes of sole. You have a sole ridge on the outside around the whole perimeter, a convex sole ridge that should grow and be at least that thick. And then right here is where it gets concave. And so the teaching that soles are just concave, or if you're looking for concavity, that's not exactly accurate. And so we need to know exactly the anatomy and structure of the sole so that we know what we're doing, we know what we're growing. And you can't have correct sole if you don't have any heel buttress here, because you have to have a certain amount of heel buttress to be able to get your sole ridge and the sole thickness on your sole ridge to grow correctly. And then where it gets concave right here is where eventually it would fill in as well. Okay, so and here's the deal too, because there are so much errors in anatomy in the veterinary world, and transferred to the farriers, by the way, okay, because there's so much error in, they don't even know there's a sole ridge, they don't even know the true anatomy of the sole, so they are always carving out the sole ridge, and so they're always forcing it to be concave when it shouldn't be wholly concave. And so what they're doing is they're taking out the most important part of the sole that keeps the coffin bone elevated and supported the toe of the coffin bone in the foot, and also that connects to the wall, and them two have to stay together. When you get rotation is when the wall becomes disconnected from the sole. And now I want you to imagine a horse's foot in here pressing down, and there's no connection here in the wall to the sole. So then what's going to happen? The horse is going to press down. He's going to be standing on the bottom of his foot like horses do. And then the wall is going to be pushing up. And that's where you get that rotation, where the wall becomes disconnected from the sole, but you got the whole weight of the horse standing on the sole. And then as they walk and it pulls the back of this foot up, well, it's pulling this forward and it's pushing down on the sole, and that's your laminitis, the disconnection from the wall here. Okay, so on this horse I kept the hoof capsule on. They were kind of hard to get off again after they've been sitting in that alcohol for a while. But let's look at the back of these feet, because what I want to talk about today is contracted heels, because I found out on my horse that I had contracted heels. And guess what? I never even knew it, because there are different kinds of contracted heels. And they can look wide, but what happens is this wall will curl in like that, and it will make a whole false heel. And it can even look wider, but you don't realize it. Now, when we look at this foot, we might look and go, well, that's not bad, and stuff. Look at, they're kind of far apart, it seems like. But what you got to do is you got to follow it down. You got to follow it down from where it starts. And so if we follow this heel down, it starts growing right here. Now, see there's your heels. That's your true heels right here, pushing the frog together. And now you look at the bulbs. The bulbs right here, these bulbs should be clear over here. And these heels that are curled in should be clear over here too. Now, if we look at them like this, it would look like they're normal. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so I want you to be able to see them how I'm seeing them here. Let's see here. Okay, so if we would look at, say, this heel here, look at the shape of it. Comes to here, and then it goes to there. And if we were to look at the sole here, we would think, well, that looks normal. It looks like what I've been showing you on those wild horse feet. Hold on a second. Now, see the problem with using this thing here and not being able to use my not being able to use my headset with my microphone is that I can't mute this, so that if I happen to have a coughing fit from talking so much, you're just gonna have to listen to it. You will just have to listen to me coughing out a lung. Okay. Well, anyway, so these heels are contracted, but if we were to just look at the sole like this, we wouldn't really think they were right here. But see, what you got to understand is that as these feet are distorting and contracting, we are still trimming them as if they're not. And so we are trimming what looks like a good foot into them, because we're the bootmaker, we're the artist. You about have to be an artist to be a trimmer. And so we're making the foot look like it's almost a normal foot, when in reality, it's got severe contraction and distortion going on in the back of the foot. And so I'll be showing that to you. Now, on this foot here, we might as
That
well.
horse ever had shoes?
What?
Did that horse ever wear shoes?
I don't know if she did or not. Maybe years and years ago. You know.
Okay, thanks. I was just curious.
Yeah, I wish Holly was here and stuff. She could explain more, of what went on with her. Let's see here. Okay, so anyway, I'm not going to do any more with this particular foot. We're going to look at some other ones. But again, I want you to see the layers of sole. Pretty interesting, huh? That's why you got to learn to exfoliate those layers. See? And so another thing is, when we look at the inner foot, what you're going to see is smoothness like this. And so you don't want lumps, clumps, and bumps to build up. Okay, so I'm going to put this one back and get one of the ones without the hoof capsule on. Oh, let's see here. I've got a front and a back. Okay, so here's the hoof capsule. This is a rear, I think, or is this a rear? Or did I get both fronts? Maybe I got both fronts. I think I got both fronts. I thought I grabbed a rear. Wait a minute, what's this one I just had? Okay, I know this is a front for sure. I might have two rear feet. I think I do. Let's see. Yep, I got two rear feet. Okay. Again, you can see the layers of sole on these. Now, again, these heels also are contracted. In this one, you can see how the one bulb was kind of pulled down more than the other one. Let's look at the inside. Okay. Okay, so here's we might as well look at all the parts. So this part here is what's called the coronary band groove. Now, right along the top here is where you're going to have your lamina, or not your lamina, your periopal skin that attaches the hoof capsule to the leg. Okay, see it right here? And you'll usually see a layer about this far down, and then it will get very thin and it will put a sheet of periopal over the whole hoof capsule. That's how that works. And just a minute, let me get a foot so we can kind of be looking at that at the same time. Oh man. Okay, let me get the right foot with the right, let's see. This would be a right. Okay, so this foot goes on this capsule. We'll put this one back down here for now. Okay, so we're just going to go through the parts here. So your periopal corium, dermis, skin, your periopal skin, okay, that grows the periopal of the hoof capsule, which is, that's this right here. Now, can you all see that little fine line right there?
Yep.
Okay, that's what grows this periopal, and that's what attaches. It grows down over that hoof capsule like that, and it attaches. It's one of the main attachments of the hoof capsule to the foot. And what that does is when that foot is being compromised, this skin here goes into overdrive to grow, to thicken, to hold that hoof capsule on the foot. Let's look at it on here. Okay, so it grows from right here, this little thin line you see here. See, right here is the periopal corium that grows the periopal. And it is skin. It is also skin. It is skin just like the skin on this leg here. Just a minute. See, this is skin. This skin grows hair. This skin grows periopal. This right here that attaches the capsule to the leg, and it is a band. Really, it is the only thing that is a band, because the coronary band is not actually a band, and I'm going to show you why. So the periopal, it goes up here and all the way around the foot. And okay, here's your bulbs. You notice that the bulbs are not very big. See them? Look at this is no wider than this scalpel I got going here. No wider than my little finger. That's all the wider the bulb really is. So how is it that, let's see, I don't have a hoof capsule with big fat bulbs, but how is it that we get these big fat bulbs if they're only this wide to begin with on all foot? It doesn't matter what capsule you take off of what foot. Once you see the internal foot that grows the parts, you're going to find that these bulbs are only this wide right here. So okay, so that little periopal corium right here that is so important is really the only band around the foot. And I'll show you why. So next we have the coronary band, which is from here to here, right here. This is, see, different types of corium that grow the hoof capsule. And remember, the hoof capsule grows in one unit and comes off just like a shoe. And if you look inside, it's pretty seamless. You see that? Okay, so you have your periopal corium that grows the periopal. Then you have your coronary band, and it starts right below that and goes right to about here. And it is not a band, and I'll show you why. Okay, because a band, well, we all know what a rubber band is, right? Okay, well, the coronary band is not a band. I'll show you why. Because the coronary band, okay, starts around, goes all the way around the foot here, but it comes into right here, and then you know what it does? It goes that way, and it turns into the bar, and it terminates here. So it starts here, comes up here, comes all the way around till it gets right here to the other heel, and then it turns and it goes under the foot right here, and it terminates here. That's not a band.
Linda, sorry. Can I ask you something? The
Yeah.
coronary band goes over or under the bulbs?
Well, it's up here, goes right to here. It's under the, oh, I'm sorry. It's
Yes,
under the
thank you.
bulb. Yeah, the bulb is on top of it. Okay, and like right here, it's on the side of the foot, but when it gets right here, and it goes underneath this bulb right here, so that the hoof capsule is, or
Okay, thank you.
the heel buttress is growing underneath that bulb right there, which is pretty cool because that means it supports it up in the air. See there? It pushes it up and supports it. Like
So
so.
the coronary band supports and encloses the heel buttress.
Well, yes. Okay. It starts here and it turns right here and goes right there and turns into the bar.
It supports the heel buttress.
Yeah. Yeah. See,
It
but it's
not connects. It keeps bound the heel buttress.
yeah. Yeah, it keeps, see, it fits right, it grows heel buttress right around this heel here. See the heel?
Yes.
That's the heel. Now your heels have depth. See? And so in that sense, it isn't a band, right? Now the periopal band is a band because it goes all the way around the foot. Let's see here. What do you call that? Oh, well, stupid thing is showing everything backwards. Okay. But these are rubber bands. Bands. There's a reason you call it a band, right? So, because they made some mistakes in their anatomy and calling that a periopal band, or not a periopal band, a coronary band was one of them. Because it's not a band. It ends here. It does not go around the whole foot. It ends right here and it goes under like so. And so if we were to take just the part it grows, which is the hoof capsule right here. Okay, watch, look. Okay, so here's, we'll go to corresponding parts on the hoof capsule here. That coronary band sits in this groove here. And that is the coronary band groove. We'll just call it the coronary groove, I guess. Coronary, I don't know. Okay, now it goes around here over and it ends right there. It ends there and then it turns and it goes here and it grows the bar and it ends right here. So that is not a band, but the periopal it goes all the way around the whole foot. And it literally is a band. And the interesting thing about that is when you're trimming the heels out, when they're trimming the heels out, that periopal band, as all this is getting pulled down and under, that periopal band will get thicker, and then it starts growing over the whole entire frog and even into the area where the frog stay should be to bind and hold the capsule onto the foot. It is a major part of why the horse can survive when his feet are getting worn out from drought and having to travel far distances for food, and when we are trimming his heels out and deforming his whole foot. Because when you trim the heels out and the capsule gets smaller, these heels right here, and you can see they stick up, right? You see them? That heel there? Okay, these heels, when you're pulling this down, they get shoved up into the foot. Now, I want you to look at this. Where the heel of this horse fits in, you see how there's depth in here? And you got this lamina right in here and in the bar area. Okay, now that is stuck to the back of the heel here. So that helps keep the capsule on the foot. But when you're trimming the heels out and it's pulling the back of this down and it is bending and shoving these heels that are cartilage up into the foot so that instead of having any depth of heel here, okay, it's going to be just, see now, even this foot isn't totally right, because if these heels had never been mistrimmed in any way, this heel, instead of being like this, would stand up like that. Okay. And so, but you got this depth on the heel, and there has to be some depth here that's that the heel sticks to, is connected to, so that, look how your shoes have to fit. And if they don't fit, you could walk, you could walk and you could walk right out of your shoe, right? Well, same thing for these. In fact, I got a picture of a horse where they've trimmed the heels totally out and shot it and then run down the road, and both his back hoof capsules flat came off. See, he's standing there, his feet are bleeding, and these guys are holding the hoof capsules. That was from trimming the heel. Okay, so, all right, so you got your periopal band, which you can barely see the line there. Right here, you can kind of see it pretty good. See that just thin line? That grows that marvelous periopal band. Then you got your coronary band, which fits in your coronary band groove. Then you have another kind of corium, which is I believe it starts the lamina, and it's right here. It grows, I believe it grows this. It grows the lamina here. Well, you can see it here too. Look at that mark there. See that mark? Something different starts here. You got a different kind of corium right here as well. That grows this lamina, these lamina leaves here. And so that, you can see it right here. It's about here and here. That grows the lamina of the internal hoof capsule. You see these little lamina leaves here? There's hundreds of them there. And they intertwine with these leaves here. And the part of the foot that grows them is right here. You can see it. You can see it's a different kind of corium from here to here. If I'd quit shaking, maybe you could see it. Let's see here. Try and get, okay, you can see it there. Good. See it? From here to here. That's a different kind of corium. So this part of the coronary, and I don't even want to say it. Okay, the coronary corium that grows the hoof wall. All right. Okay, that would be growing from right in here. That's the thickness of your hoof wall, and it grows horn tubules. Horn tubules grow out of here, as well as intertubular horn. And it all grows down the foot, connected to these lamina here that are connected to the foot. Oh, lamina. Okay, there we go. There's the insensitive lamina, it's called. And this is the sensitive lamina, and they connect like so. Like so. A bunch of guys did an experiment where you take two phone books and you intersperse the leaves like this, and then you try and pull them apart. Well, it took 2 tanks to finally pull those phone books apart. That's how strong a connection this type of connection makes. So it is a very strong connection, but if you can get one heel undone, if you could get the frog stay undone and one heel and start pulling and it's rotten enough, you zip that thing right off. You know? So anyway, all right. Okay, so then your lamina, they go all the way right down to here. See, they don't go all the way down. Wish I quit shaking. They don't go all the way down to here. They go only down to right here. And right here is where you have another type of corium. And it is sole corium combined with another type of corium that emits what is like yellow rubber cement. Because see, the sole, which is here, you see the sole corium that grows, the sole here, okay, it doesn't have lamina leaves. It doesn't have any part of it that is anything like this that can connect the wall to the sole. And so what happens is that there is this corium down there, and it injects what is a rubberized yellow cement into these lamina here, and that connects the sole with the wall, and that is called the white line. And that's why it's really yellow, because it's this here with nature made biological yellow rubber cement injected into it. And so then that yellow cement into those leaves is like this, and that's what connects your sole to the wall right there.
So if you have a stretched yellow line, is there anything that you can do to repair that?
Well, you have to first of all figure out why is it stretched to begin with, and then like even since I came down and visited you that time, I have learned so much more about the back of this foot and what goes on with it and how it affects the internal foot to cause that separation. Like one of the things I learned was that, oh, just a minute, let me get here, was that separate this, there we go, was that, okay, when you trim out the heels and it takes all this foot and it can, you know, there's anatomy in here. Everything here has a place. So when you trim the heels out and it pulls the back of this foot down, well, there's already stuff here where it's pulling it down to. There's your frog and your frog corium and the different parts of the internal anatomy of the foot and the digital cushion that's in there. And so when it pulls all this down and it's shoving your heels up and it's compressing all of this anatomy internal into the foot, and it's curling everything around and shoving that in. Well, so you got your coffin bone in here, and then your navicular bone kind of behind that there. Then you got your short pastern bone here. Well, what does it do? It shoves that joint. You have a joint that's right here, right in here. And so it shoves that joint forward. Well, when it shoves that joint forward, it takes this toe and it forces it. You know, I can't do it because this foot's pretty, but it will force this toe down to press against the sole. Oh, hold on here. Hi, Candace. I'm sorry I can't talk to you right now. I'm in a hoof chat. Bye-bye.
So I
right.
noticed that because I call them clown feet, because her hoof wall starts developing like a ball on the top, and
Yeah.
but is separated from in the white line area.
Yeah.
It's necrotic, and I
Yeah.
clean it, but I don't seem to be able to reconnect it.
Well, what I found out was that if you straighten out the back of the foot and release that anatomy, it takes the pressure off that joint. Because see, what happens is when all that anatomy gets shoved forward into that joint, it tips the coffin bone down. Let me see if I can do it. Forces the coffin bone down and onto the sole in here. Like
but
onto
her
the sole.
balls and her heels are up to measurement.
Yeah, but
what I also believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that when she's moving forward, she's pressing into that white line necrotic area and separating it even further up the wall.
But see, even though her heels might be the right measurement, her foot could still be bound and she could have false heels. And so that anatomy in the foot here, okay, is all still pushing forward into that joint, which is pushing. What it does is it pushes the coffin bone toe down onto the sole. Let me see if I can get this right. Down onto the sole right here. Okay, at the same time, you got to remember that these are two different units that are combined together. And so when that coffin joint is pressed forward down onto the sole, the capsule itself, while the coffin bone is being pressed down and back, the capsule wall is being forced forward and up. And so you have kind of this deal going on here where it's like this. Well, if I can make it do it. Let's see. This down and back and this up and forward. So what would that do? You see how that would separate the wall?
Yes.
And cause damage to the toe? See? Be like the coffin bones being pressed down and the capsule being forced up and forward. That is the mechanical pressure and situation that's going on in the foot. And so if you can recognize that you have false heels and then understand how to get all that unbound, well, then when that anatomy that's pressed forward comes back out, it takes the pressure off this toe, and then that situation stops. That structural mechanical situation that's going on of the coffin bone pressing down and back and the toe of the hoof capsule pressing up and forward. See, they're pressing in opposite ways of each other, like this. Here's the capsule. Okay. It's pressing up and forward like this, and the foot is pressing down and back. That's what causes that separation. That's also what causes laminitis, but it's all coming from the back of the foot. The back of the foot.
Can I just ask, will it cause also bullnosing in some cases?
I think I do believe so, for sure. That in that case, see, now what I think a bullnose is that instead of, let's see how I would do this.
What is bullnose?
That's where you got a hoof capsule. It looks like that. See that?
Okay.
Instead of it flaring like this.
Okay.
The bullnose does this. And so it's just, to me, I think it's just another form of separation. There's so much pressure that instead of it flaring and coming, getting stretch white line disconnected down here, like so, instead it's done that. Does that make sense? It makes sense to me, because otherwise, how else? It's just
So it
not
must
coming
be
undone down here. See?
the bullnose must have a very strong glue yellow line. The white line is strong.
Yeah.
It's forcing the upper part of the capsule to bulge out
Yeah.
in the middle.
Yeah, I
Yeah, that
think
makes
it's
sense.
correct, because I have a mare. I haven't put the Photoshop yet, but I wanted to discuss this with Linda at some stage. And I was not able to trim her because she's elderly and she was pregnant. It was not possible to trim her. And on the left hind, she started to develop a slight bullnosing after that. And of course, she was wearing her heels off because she was always putting that foot forward and close to the midline, because obviously she had pelvis or lumbar issues. And then her stifle went out. So this whole thing is connected. And recently, her foal is already 4 months old. I was treating the horse, the body, and I was able to get to her feet finally. And I started to trim her gradually. And maybe 2 weeks ago, maximum, I was able to trim her bull-nosed foot and release. And it was bent. And she has extremely strong, beautiful feet, or used to have very, very strong, because she's a really old blood horse, like Aboriginal type, and they have very strong feet. And I think that's why she bull-nosed. She had
Oh, yeah.
separations everywhere, but in the toe. The toe was like yellow and holding on very aggressively. Yeah, so it could be.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, it just was interesting for me
No,
because I have.
don't be saying sorry.
And after I trimmed her, she hasn't been loading that foot for almost 3 months.
Well, that's
After
great.
that, she started load that foot. Not perfectly, but she's feeding her foal and she's standing on that leg, and I could see her squaring up that I haven't seen for a very long time. I mean, she has issues, but
That's great. Now, is the bull nose coming out?
I think it will eventually. I'm going to take pictures this week, end of this week, and then I will make a collage and I will post it. But I think it has to straighten up, but probably I will have, I'm thinking what would really help her is casting,
Okay.
because her heels are 3.5 centimeters. It's like nothing.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
It's really, really bad. But I
Well,
wasn't able to do it. I just need technically, because I'm alone, and
yeah.
she's very heavy and she's not standing well, so I just have to
Yeah.
wait. Yeah. But anyway, thank you for input.
Well, no, thank you for your input. And don't
Yeah.
ever say, hey, I don't want anybody to think here that they can't talk, or they have to say sorry for sharing anything.
Yeah.
I don't care what it is, okay?
Yeah.
Don't
Okay.
feel that way.
Yeah,
And
because it all helps. Maybe it will help somebody when we
absolute,
succeed. Exactly.
absolute, you're an independent researcher and your input is vital. Okay? You're doing case studies. That stuff's vital. Everything we talk about here, everything everybody shares is vital and important. And what you just said about how low her heels were, well,
Yeah.
that kind of explains and agrees with what I was just saying here, how when you trim the heels out and it takes all that in it, because if they wear them out, see, same thing. If they've worn them out for one reason or the other in their past life, you know, it's still going to do the same thing. It takes all this anatomy and it crams it up into the coffin joint and forcing the toe down. So, you know, what it just depends on the horse whether you're going to get this or
Yeah.
that.
The
You know
other
what I mean?
important detail I wanted to mention is that she dropped the fetlock, so she developed DSLD as
Oh,
well.
see there, it's all, see?
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I have it really documented, so it's really, it will be very nice. But I think the only way, I need to lift up the back of the foot. And I know there were quite a few posts on the group about the dropped fetlock.
yeah,
I understand that the only way, I need to provide her with the caudal support, probably.
yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I will. I'll try to find a way around it. I need
Yeah,
to. Somebody has to fly in from
oh,
the
yeah,
group.
to help you.
But Elena, you need
Yes,
somebody to help you really, because she's very, very, very heavy.
I
And
know.
I'm not sure if the cast will hold. You need something
Boot,
stronger.
maybe a boot with the veg, but the thing is that I'm completely broke. So I need some DIY stuff. So if anybody has any ideas, please do let me know.
Just post a photo of this
I will.
mare,
I
and
will.
we'll find out a solution for this.
Okay.
You
Yeah,
know.
Thank
we'll get
you.
something. We'll work on getting you some help.
Okay. Thanks. Okay.
Okay, dear. Okay, so the interesting stuff, see, what we're going to find is as we get towards the truth, which we're getting a lot of truth going, is that this documentation that everybody's doing and working on their own horses, we're going to start to see patterns of evidence. In what we just talked about here with everyone, we saw a pattern of evidence when we saw how one person's problem with separation of the white line, okay, led to us talking about another type, which is the bull nose, which, hey, in one case, it's separation of the white line at the bottom. In another case, it's separation of the lamina internally. See? But it's all coming from the same source. You know, now it's true that You might have a perfectly good foot and back, and toe got really long and long, and it started flaring or separating. That can happen too. But in most of these cases, this is a case of where you're getting foot binding going on, and all this anatomy is being compressed internally, shoved into the coffin joint, which is bending this in front. See, how would it be? It'd be like, look for something here. Okay, so here's the joint. Here's the joint right here. And it gets bent forward like that, shoved forward from all the anatomy in the back, pushing it forward. What's that do? Well, pushes the toe down, pushes the toe down. See? Well, that'd be here. Pushes the toe down onto the sole and makes the capsule wall shove forward. So instead of weight bearing equilibrium, see where the capsule fits the foot, and you got weight bearing equilibrium. See, they're in unison. Instead of that, you got one going up and one going down like that. So as the horse, every step the horse takes is like this pressure. And that's why you see all these feet where the toe of the coffin bone is worn away, or they'll have a divot right here. You see that a lot. You see a little divot in the toe. In fact, it was so common back in the 1800s. A guy named George Fleming that wrote a book on horseshoeing and horseshoes actually gave it a name. He thought it was a normal part of the anatomy, and he called it the toe stay. See, he was following after Bracy Clark's naming this part that grows from here the frog stay. I'm trying to get that widened up there. Yeah, he called this part the frog stay. Now remember too, can anybody find the central sulcus? Okay, just had to laugh at that. There is no central sulcus. This is the frog at the back of the foot, and it's supposed to grow and actually stick out the back of the foot and be part of the very, very base and back of the foot. Okay, so now we're going to look at the sole. Okay, so we come down here, the lamina to right there, and that's where you got that biological glue and sole together growing that injects that glue into the lamina when it gets clear right down here at the bottom. Now, if you look in here, you're going to see the internal sole ridge. You're going to see that this ain't flat. See how it's curved? Right there. It starts right there. Doesn't start right here. It starts up on the side. See? Starts up on the side right here. So this is a form-fitted lip of sole that fits around the perimeter of the entire foot. I don't know if I can see. It's hard to see right in the toe there. Okay, there we go. See it? Now, look at that little bump there. Now, here's something interesting, that just the very, very, very tip of this particular foot is worn. And so it developed that little bump there. But a lot of times you'll see them big, a lot bigger. And so George Fleming called it the toe stay, but it was actually a distortion and damage to the coffin bone from incorrect heel trimming that caused all this pressure on the toe. See? So this sole grows around like this and grows a convex ridge of sole. to about right here. And then it goes concave. Concave like that. And can't remember what I was going to say there. But anyway, it grows a convex ridge of sole, and it fits the rim of this foot in it. It is just a form fitted rim around the whole thing. Just a nice form fitted rim that has to be a specific way to protect the edge of this coffin bone and keep so it can retain its shape, because this coffin bone is relatively soft and spongy compared
Linda?
to most bones. Yes.
If you turn the foot towards the side, no, flip it around. Yeah, there, where your right thumb is the rim of the sole.
Yeah.
Is it colored a little bit different? Because if I look at it from here, the rim of the sole looks a little bit pinkish, and where the heel buttress starts, it looks more white. Yeah.
Yeah. Some of that was because of the way it all got cured.
Okay.
See, and it kind of turned different weird colors.
Yeah, I was just wondering if the rim of the sole had a different texture towards the heel buttress.
Towards
Yeah,
here,
yeah,
here
exactly.
I'll kind of mess it up a little bit so and show you. So the lamina ends right here, and then the sulcorium starts from there down. And you can
Okay.
see the little papillae on the edge here.
Yeah.
Now this is shrunk up a lot because it's been soaking in alcohol
Okay. Yeah.
and
Thank you.
stuff.
Just
So
wondered.
it's not as it's not like it was. You know,
No.
I've got some pictures of what they were like originally. I mean, it's a lot of like the digital cushion, it's sucked a lot of that out and things like that. So unfortunately, but you can still get the basic just from what's going on. Okay, so
Okay. Thank you.
okay, well, thank you. Thank you. All observations welcome and questions, and because there's stuff I don't notice too. But look here, see this? How it's pink right there. That was from a weird discoloration that happened between the alcohol and getting the blood out of the feet and things like that. It wasn't like normal to what originally the old foot was red. Okay, so then you have your sole, and then of course that descends down into your collateral grooves. And let me get this up here, which are right here, and your frog corium. Now this frog corium kind of got smashed in there when I put the hoof capsule back on, and it was soaking in the alcohol. And so I don't know what we call this anymore since it's not in the center of the foot. It's in the back, and it grows the frog stay. So, the frog stay corium, you know. Now here's something interesting. So here you see what that grows right here, which is the frog stay. And it is the frog stay because it was named by Bracy Clark. And we know for a fact that it never had a name before he gave it the name frog stay. Okay, this piece of frog right here. And which grows from the back of the foot, back of the frog right here. So I would say that the frog corium has a cleft in it or a sulcus in it, but that this frog stay is pretty much it on this foot. It kind of has one too. Look at there. See there? But they would consider that as being threshy. But this mare did not have any thresh. She was just growing this in the same shape that it is here. Okay, so now interesting, now we have people in the equine podiatry field, okay, teaching classes on anatomy. And since they didn't know what the frog stay was, they started calling this the frog spine. The frog spine. And one of the reasons they started calling it the frog spine is because most of the feet that they dissected were so contracted that they didn't even have a frog stay that was this thick. You see how thick that is? Instead, the heels and the bulbs here were so contracted together that pretty much had a frog stay that was about that thick. And so they seen this thing sticking up here like this, like that, and they started calling it a frog spine. See, because it was so narrow. Because they didn't know they were looking at feet with contracted hoofs. And Bracy Clark said that the thing that, how did he say it? He said, the eye soon gets used to deformity and does not perceive it. He said, this is what embarrassed me in all of my first experiments, and my predecessors also, as their writings will confirm. So what he meant was we're all looking at deformed feet, not knowing it was deformed, and then trying to describe what we were seeing and saying that was the true foot or that was the natural foot, when in reality that we were looking at deformed feet. So now in equine podiatry, all right, which is a marketing term so that you're better than brand X, you sound more like a medical doctor, see? Because like I told you when we first started this, main thing about the hoof care industry and its origins in those first vet schools was error in anatomy and greed, wanting to make money off of this stuff. So now, so of course you got to come up with a better name. Now, I did not come up, I think I got the best name. I'm not going to say we got the best name. TACT, TAC, the anatomically correct trim. Now, I never meant for it to be that. That's just what I was looking for. That's all. I thought they knew the anatomy. It's not my fault they were all screwed up, and I had to research and find it and figure it out, you know. But we have the best name, and didn't even mean to name it. Okay, that's just what it is. We are searching for the anatomically correct trim, and to do that, we need to know the true anatomy. And this isn't something I could do on my own. If I did not have wonderful people who have supported this whole endeavor, I would not be, in my understanding, where I am. So this is a group effort. And so now, instead of calling this the frog stay, well, they didn't know what it was and they hadn't done enough reading. And so they called it the frog spine, the frog spine. And then they started hearing about a frog stay after they'd already taught all their students who had paid them all the money out the yang, that it was a frog spine. Okay. So now they had to figure out some way to kind of cover up their faux pas, right? So what do? Now I just find this out in the last couple weeks. Okay. What do? Oh, they're saying now that this area right here, like, okay, if we were to take this frog off of here, we would have this situation going on here. See that? Now they're calling this area the frog stay. Since they screwed up, okay, and called what Bracy Clark named, what the French adopted, by the way. The French adopted the same name, only in French. That this is a frog stay, never had a name before Bracy Clark named it. Okay, so anyway, now they're calling this whole thing, and that's what they're teaching in their exorbitantly expensive classes and courses.
So they're calling the whole frog a frog stay.
Oh no, this cutout area in the
okay.
sole. They're calling this cutout area in the sole the frog stay. Okay, and how could you do that? Because see, I also just had a little conversation with the person that did this on his own website, on his own Facebook page, asking him questions because I just found out they were doing this baloney. So he comes along, he calls it a frog spine. Then he finds out, oh, it's not the frog spine. There was a name for it. It was called a frog stay. Well, he don't want to look like he made any mistakes, right? So now he's got to kind of change it up in his class. So he names this part the frog stay. But here's the deal. The historical proof outright is that this thing right here, it never had a name till Bracy Clark gave it a name, just like Bracy Clark gave this the name the Periopal band. Okay, back in the 1800s, he gave this the name of the frog stay because he was one of the first ones to research feet and do this kind of research. And so there were parts of the foot that had no name because they had never removed hoof capsules like that. See, hardly at all. Uh-oh. Dang. Well, crap. Okay, well, can anybody hear me?
Yep.
Can hear you fine.
Yes, we're
Okay,
here.
well, I lost my camera because I forgot to plug it in. Okay, so anyway, yeah, so well, anyway, I need to take a little break here anyway. So see what people do instead of just saying, man, I was wrong. Okay, I called it the frog spine. I guess it was named 200 years ago. And even in France, where I'm pushing my hoof classes, especially because I'm French too. Okay. So instead of just saying, hey, I was wrong, he makes something up, see? So yeah,
The name itself, frog stay, it really describes what exactly it does.
yeah,
By being at the back of the foot between the bulbs, it is controlling the bulbs not to succumb into that groove, but making them stay where they belong.
yeah,
So
exactly.
that's my interpretation.
Yeah, well, you are exactly right. You are exactly right. That is exactly what he does. It does. In fact, before he called it the frog stay, when he was looking for a name for it, he called it the bolt. See? And so all this is historical. And I know that this certain individual knows that, okay? Because I got on his page. Well, I had a friend of mine get on there because he has me blocked, you know. I think that's so funny. Okay, so I had a friend of mine get on his page and ask him a question about could you tell me, I just love your videos, and I was just wondering if you could tell me where I could find out more about the frog spine, things like that. And so then, I'd have to show you the conversation. It was amusing. Why can't people just say, hey, I didn't know at the time, but now I do? We're going to change this. Let's be accurate in what we're doing, uh, but that's the hoof care industry. It's full of errors, if not intentional errors, which it's full of what it becomes intentional once they are confronted with the truth, and then they go out of their way to make it seem like what they said was right to begin with. And this happens all the time with these people, and especially with academics, okay? Because academics never want to admit they're wrong. And they can talk about science all they want to, okay? But once one of them writes something down in academia, it becomes written in stone. And these vet schools have all this error on their books that they've passed down generation to generation to generation and to the farriers. So anyway, let's if we make a mistake, let's admit it. I want to know the truth about everything, because when you don't know the truth, you lose. There's a consequence when you are mistaken about something that is pretty vital in life. Your health. You want to know the truth. How does the heart work? How does this happen? How does that happen? What could give me heart disease? Besides everything I buy in the grocery store. Stuff like that. We're learning lots of truths now about our food supply, see, that we didn't know before. And kind of explains why so many people get sick. I was listening to a Joe Rogan podcast. I don't know who this lady was he had on there, but she was talking about when they discovered the substance of radium. And this is back in the late 1800s and up into the 30s, where they started promoting radium for every health condition under the sun. All right. And selling it in cough syrups and this and that, even for erectile dysfunction. And so then the way it came to light was they had you could take this radium paint and you could paint it on the dials of watches, and it would glow in the dark because it's radiation. Okay. It would glow in the dark. And so they had this big watch company where they had these women they would hire to paint the dials on the watch. And they told them, they said they want to take that paintbrush and they want to take their lips and you want to make a real sharp point. But they said it's okay because radium will put a glow in your cheeks. It's good for you. Well, hey, their faces started to melt off. Their jaws started to disintegrate. Okay. And so this was how it came to light that this radium that they have been pushing on the public in every form under the sun would kill you. See? And so you think it's any different today? This describes the hoof care industry to a T, with their false doctrines on anatomy. I mean, for cripes, they aren't even correct on the soul. And have you ever noticed how everybody thinks the soul is the end all? Oh, gotta have soul, gotta have soul. Well, yeah, Okay, I can understand that, but then if you got a whole industry of experts that doesn't even know the true anatomy of the sole, well, they're screwed up on every other thing in these feet except the names of a few things, you know. So anyway, okay, so all right, so I am gonna try and get this other camera of mine going. Do so we can see here. Let me put let's see. Let's see if there's something I can put up here for you to look at while I'm doing that. I don't know. Okay. Let's see here.
Wow, that's much better.
Okay. Just a second here. Gotta see if I got camo on this. This is a program called Camo where you can make your, let me see. Hey, Google, open my Camo app. Not camera.
Okay, opening camera.
No, not camera. Hey, Google, let me download Camo webcam.
Here are the top search results.
I don't think I had it for my phone. There we go. Well, see, I'm using an old phone as webcam. Okay, let's see. Oh, to do.
What did we do before Google?
I don't know. I'll be lost. I'll get really angry too when it ain't working. Oh, let's see here.
Do you know what I call the artificial intelligence?
What?
Artificial imbecile.
Oh, yeah, no kidding.
Because imbecile is someone that lacks gray matter. It cannot be corrected.
Gray matter?
Yeah, gray
That's
cells.
funny. I thought gray
It's
matter
a permanent
was bad, but-
condition. When you're on a chat and you say, I need to speak to a representative, and the AI, the imbecile, tells you, oh, what can I help you with? Do you want this? Do you want that? Do you want the other? No, representative. Oh, I didn't understand that. What do you need? A, B, C. I need a representative. I need a human being.
Oh gosh, I hope this thing starts. Do.
Anyway, I'm going to have to leave because Munai is connected to my brain and I know she needs me out there. Munai is my
Oh,
mare.
okay.
But what I was asking you before, because you and I have similar conditions of weather,
Yeah.
is if you notice anything, because Munai was walking, well, true, her poops that I had not collected were like shards or like, gravel to her.
Oh,
And she was
from
walking so badly.
yeah.
I was desperate. So I went with my lawnmower, and I busted all the poop with the blade to
Yeah.
convert it into powder.
Well, like I know Valor didn't really like this super hard. He wasn't like tender-footed or nothing, but it was because it was muddy and worked up and frozen weird. It was hard for him to walk on. Just he kind of walked slow because the footing was so different.
Yeah, well, in the muddy, we had a drought here in the end of the summer, more or less, midsummer to the end. we had a drought, and she was tender-footed, not in the field, but in the corral.
Uh-huh.
But then we got a rain, her hoofs got soft, and then we got the freeze, and it's been terrible. The fluctuation that Munai had to go with her poor feet up and down is been quite dramatic with this weather.
Oh, yeah.
And it took her to make 2 steps of a human. It took him 5 seconds per foot
The
to make
barrier,
one, huh?
5 seconds per foot.
Per
What now?
foot. She would lower, test it, test it, test it, forward. She would lower, and her head goes up to help her release to bring the other foot over. And then she would test, move it around to test,
Oh, yeah,
and then,
yeah.
so that
Too
she was,
hard, you know?
oh, it was terrible.
Yeah.
And I spoke with Angelique, how do you pronounce your name? I'm not sure. I sent her a
Angelique.
picture. Yeah,
Angelique.
Angelique. I spoke with you, and I sent you, I believe, pictures. Look at my
No,
phone,
you
I
didn't.
believe.
No, you didn't send me pictures.
Oh, who did I send it to? I was asking for.
Holly, maybe. Holly is getting all the pictures.
Well, it's under your name. I sent you a video of Munai walking.
When was that? Just recently?
Yeah, let's see. Let me look at the date.
Wait.
I'm looking at my phone because I did this through the phone. When did it happen? Who knows?
In Messenger?
Yeah, is Messenger the one that has the wiggle? What's the emblem of the Messenger? What's a gizmo icon of the Messenger? Yeah, it's Messenger. I sent it in Messenger. You suggested maybe boots should be on. It's not the ground, it's her hoofs are hurting. That's the reply that you gave me.
It's probably
Yes,
both.
I remember now. Yes. Because you know why I said this? Because if a horse is sound and it has quite a quantity of soul, they don't, they are not afraid of putting their hoof down, usually.
Right.
They use the perimeter of the hoof, the natural, if they don't have shoes, of course, they use the natural shoe. And usually they are not afraid of putting their hoofs on the ground.
Well, one of the things is Munai had, I don't know why they call it a rotation because it doesn't make any sense to me, but she had a tip, what I would call a tipping, what Linda was describing, that the coffin bone can move down. She had a slight inclination or tipping, they call it here rotation, of both front feet. Munai's problems have always been the 2 front feet, which is also where you have the most amount of weight, is in the 2 front feet.
Yes, most horses do. They
Yes.
are more sensitive on the front feet. And if she has, this is the rotation of a laminating case.
Yes.
She has the inflammation inside, and if she has the rotation, it's normal that she's sensitive.
Well, the trimmer that I have has suggested to release the pressure on the toe when she's moving forward and using that propelling herself to put an inverted horseshoe with a bar to protect the frog or allow the frog to work, but to give the open part of the horseshoe at the tip of the
Yes,
toe.
that's a farrier's trick to put the horseshoe in the
reverse.
opposite way. So
Correct.
you leave the open area in front.
Correct. So
Yeah.
we're waiting because I do not want to put those horseshoes before we get rid of potential snow, because that can bring another problem. For every action, there is a reaction. There is, for everything forward, there is something going behind. So or I don't know how you say the expression, but you may fix one thing and you create another problem.
You have hoof boots for your horse?
I do, and I do put her on, but I don't feel comfortable of leaving her stranded in the corral with the shoes, with those boots on all the time. So what I ended up doing is busting all the poop that was like rocks. I went with my lawnmower, I put it on the lowest grade, and I created powder, and she's walking better inside of the corral, because when she's outside in the field, she walks much better. As a matter of fact, she can even trot. My landscape is in a hilly situation, and she can sort of gently trot up the hill. Now, I discovered by observation that the horse will trot up a hill much more readily because it's less energy that they have to use, and less time that their feet are on the ground to create more pain. Do you follow what I said?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, me too.
It was to be a visual, because I watch her. She walks downhill very, very slowly.
Susanna, do you have the possibility to have X-rays on these hoofs?
Well, I did. Well, what? When did you come out, Linda? It was like 5 years ago.
Yeah.
They are from 5 years or 6 years ago. I don't have the economic financial means to do it again.
Well, I should come out again. I've been out there twice, haven't I?
Yes, you were.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Linda, I can't pay you.
You don't have to pay me, remember?
Well, yeah, but I feel bad. You're not exactly around the corner.
I'm not that far away either.
Huh. 3 hours away? That's far away.
You know, I know more now than when I was out there before.
Well, the gentleman is coming to trim her sometime this week. And I've mentioned I want her heels to be this, and he's very compliant.
That's good. Okay.
So he and I even told him, you should check out Tact, because it's amazing. Linda is amazing with all the knowledge that she has. She's like a walking encyclopedia, actually a video encyclopedia.
Walking encyclopedia. That's funny. Oh, well, you never know. I still would like to come see you again.
Well, you're always welcome.
Well, thank you.
But the sad thing is, last year I taught Munai to rear up. Well, to put her front feet up. I don't know the names.
Yeah,
the proper names in English, because rear to me indicates the butt, but that's what you call it. You put your rear down and lift your legs up. I don't know
Maybe
what the
you call it-
logic of rear
Maybe you
is.
call it rearing because they're standing on their rear.
All right. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
We solved that mystery.
Yeah, it's
Now if we
hard
could just
sometimes when I try to understand the saying. Why would they call it that? I mean, she's
I know,
lifting her
I know.
feet up.
It's like the white line. Why did they call it that when it's really yellow?
Yeah, exactly.
You
Well,
know.
the thing is, I taught her how to rear up on command.
Oh, that's cool.
And I have a picture the other farrier that retired took a picture of Munai doing a rear,
Oh,
and is absolutely gorgeous.
oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and this past year, that was not this past summer, the summer before, and then Munai went downhill because again the weather has a big influence on her feet.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it sure can. And so during just the frozen or the wet?
When she was when we had all that rain after having the drought,
yeah.
she was sensitive, but not as bad as when we had the ice.
Okay.
She wasn't sensitive in the snow, but when that converted into ice and when her poops ended up being like rocks,
Yeah.
it is pathetic the way that she walked.
Okay.
Like I said, he would take her 5 seconds to put one foot down and move forward.
Yeah. And it's from like what Angeliki was saying about it's hoof distortion, and it's also the frozen ground being so hard. See, it's a combination of both. So I'm going to show see, she's got contracted heels. And contracted heels are like, here, let me look this up just a minute. Okay. Here, I'm going to show what's going on here. Just a minute. Gotta straighten some stuff.
Do you remember, Linda, the name of the gentleman that was in Africa, in South Africa?
Riza Van Reenen.
Yes, he used to talk about trimming the periople skin in the back of the bulbs to allow the bulbs to expand and get into place. Do you remember that?
Yeah. Yeah, and so we've been doing that. We do trim, but you have to grow heels in too. I mean, there's more to it than just trimming the periople, because the periople is there to hold the foot together when the capsule gets too small and to keep it from coming off the foot. So depending on what's going on with the foot, a lot of times you have to release that periople in a timely manner as you're also growing in heel so that the foot has something to release into.
Well, I took care of that area only around the heel. Munai has right, her heels are right. Now, it could be a false heel, that I don't know. But she has the height, the proper height. Her bars come around properly. The groove between the frog and the outlet of the groove of the frog is uh-oh. Are you still there?
Yeah.
You sort of disappeared.
Oh, well, do you see that picture I put on there?
Oh, the girl. I thought, what the heck is that? You didn't warn me.
Well, that is what's going on in the back of these horses' feet. Ultimately,
Yes, that's a good
degree
representation.
Yeah, it's they're contracted feet. Just like you see that toenail here curls in, but it's also contracting the whole nail bed.
Yes.
So the whole capsule, especially the heels, gets contracted and literally they're being curled in. And so that is squeezing that foot. It's jamming the frog and the bars up into the navicular bone. And so the softer the ground, the little better they can walk, you know? And when the ground gets really hard, you know, any pressure you put on toes like this hurts like a booger,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, again, in my ignorant view, her heels look right.
Yeah.
I mean,
So
there is a frog stay that is it looks healthy, not as fat as I would like it to be, but there is a frog stay. The bulbs seem to be sitting. If you look at the angle that you taught us, it's not dropping down. So I keep thinking, is there some kind of a cement that you can put to that white line? Because it seems to me the issue is more the necrotic white line that is stretched out.
Can I show you something?
What?
Okay, you see this foot here?
Yes.
Does it look like it has contracted heels?
To me, it does. There is not much of a frog stay, and the bulbs are not.
Well, you're not seeing things right, though.
Oh, wow.
The foot actually has a very big frog stay.
I can see the frog stay there. Where are you pointing?
Yeah, well, that's not the frog stay. That's what Bracy Clark called a frog curtain, which is periopal. Periopal, this is the periopal covering the back of the foot.
Correct.
Okay. But just a minute here. Let's see.
So what do you call the frog stay?
The frog
Because
stay. Well, here,
I always thought that the white thing that you see in between the two bulbs was the frog stay.
Well, actually, you can't here on all these domestic feet, you cannot see the frog stay. You can't see it because none of these horses have a true frog stay. Okay.
So,
in other words, they have a frog stay, but it's not in the correct position. Okay. But I'm not asking you to look at the frog stay. I'm asking you to look at the heels. I'm going to show you a contracted foot. Just a minute here. Well, maybe a second. I'll show you a contracted foot.
Susanna, sorry. Did you post photos of your hoofs to the group?
No, I have not, because see what Linda is having issues
Because
trying
I
to
was
get things
looking
done.
now.
It is so hard for me to bring the pictures into Facebook, you know, to the laptop, transfer the photos into the laptop, and then it takes forever for some reason. And
yes, but without the visual of your hoof,
difficult. I understand
it's very
that.
difficult to evaluate and to help you.
I understand. That's why the only way that I could do it was take it with my phone and send it to you in the messenger.
You can post from your phone directly to the Facebook page.
No, I can't.
You should be
I
able
tried.
to.
I'm at this age, I'm ignorant. I used to be very savvy with computers about 20 years ago. Not anymore, but I'll try. I'll do my best. If not, since Angelique.
What kind of phone do you have? iPhone or Android?
It's an iPhone.
Okay, so we need to get someone that has an iPhone to help you do that.
Well, I can send the pictures to Angelique. Angeliki, how do you pronounce your name? Angeliki?
I think she's busy.
Oh,
No, sorry,
well,
I was muted.
oh,
My
I can
name
send it
is
to Angeliki, and if she can bring it up into the tact thing, I can do that.
okay.
Would that be a
Send it to
problem?
me. But do you know what kind of pictures we need?
Well, I know from the beginning, a frontal, then a side, I don't know, lateral, and all those names.
I will send you a sample, the tact photos we need to evaluate.
Okay.
And then we can have a better idea.
Thank you, Angeliki. I appreciate
You're
it.
welcome.
I have to go. Munai
Okay.
is requesting my presence.
Okay,
Munai is my mayor.
I was going to show you real quick the difference
Oh,
between
yes.
the, okay, just a minute here. New share. Okay, there. See that? The difference?
Oh, yeah. No. Munai is not like the right-hand side at all.
Okay. Okay.
No. Munai is like the left picture, more
Okay.
so.
Okay. Well, on the left picture, that horse, like, okay, in most cases, this horse here is not going to look like he has contracted heels. I'm talking about the heels, not the bulbs of the frog stay.
Okay.
But the heels. But the truth is, he does have contracted heels. If your horse looks more like this, then she's still got contracted heels, which is the heels are curled in and up against the frog, even though it may not look like it. Okay? Because, see, I found out my horse has contracted heels that I never realized he has, which they are curled in like those toenails. See, let me show
Oh,
you.
yeah, I understand that part.
Okay, so anyway, I'm looking for a different picture where you see. Yeah, I'll have to find it. Anyway, let me find this picture. You can go if you want, but I'm going to show everybody because that's what we're going to work on this foot next is how to trim these heels. A corrective way to trim these heels that people have been wanting me to show them that I've been doing to Valor, and I've had no detrimental effects at all, only positive results. Let's see here. Okay, but I need to take and show you some stuff first. Oh gosh. Let me
And may I add, Linda, this is Devin.
yeah.
I have trimmed several horses since I've learned this in the last couple months, and I have not had any detrimental or worse effects. In fact, some of the horses coming to me are even more sound quicker right after a trim.
Yeah.
So they've been more positive effects than even, my work usually with these rehabbing these horses is pretty positive right away, but I'm finding that they're like almost 100% on rocks and stuff, even right after like full relief. So not yet have I seen anything real bad. I mean, my horse JD's still a little off, but he just got really bad feet. I got a ways with him, but most horses, they're doing really well. So nothing negative that I've seen.
Okay, great.
Well, the history on Munai, and then I have to leave, is she had, when she was 5 years old, she's now 13, she had reoccurring abscesses on the front feet. I don't know if you know the history of that famous horse race, horse that got pulled a tendon or something. They had him on rehab. They cast him.
Oh, yeah.
Bandolero, bandolin or something. Well, then he got an abscess on the other foot and they had to euthanize.
Oh, okay.
And we're talking that horse was just going to be a horse that they were going to extract the sperms, because a sperm from that horse was like $1 million since he had won the Kentucky. So
That's
his species were very expensive. So in any case, Munai had a recurring left foot got an abscess. He was getting better. The right foot got an abscess. He was getting better. Back again to the left, back again to the right, and then the rear. And then finally she got over that. And from that scenario is that she got foundering or laminitis. It's interchangeable, the words. I still don't understand the difference. And from that, she had the rotation. So,
okay.
and from that, she got the necrotic white line that now it's very difficult to try to reattach the bottom.
Yeah.
Because her problem is not necessarily the hoof that is necrotic. That's a byproduct. The white line is the problem that is necrotic at the toe.
Uh-huh. Well, yeah, I understand that. It's the white line connection has been damaged.
Exactly.
Yeah. Yeah, from usually from laminitis and rotation.
Yes.
And you get a laminar wedge in there.
That is correct.
Okay.
And so I don't know. I don't know. I don't weigh that much, and Munai in the summertime allows me to bareback her completely because I'm her slave. I take care of shoeing off the big tábanos, which are what you call in lingo horse flies. So she allows me to be there like an Egyptian, fanning the horse so she doesn't get any horse flies on her. She's very docile.
Okay.
You know her.
Oh yeah, she's a sweetheart.
So anyway, I gotta go, but thank you all for your help.
Okay, thanks for being here.
And if anybody discovers of any kind of a cement thing that, there are all kinds of solutions and things, maybe
Two-part
there
epoxy and glue them together.
Huh?
Two-part epoxy.
Suzanne.
Yes. Yes.
Suzanne, I sent you the tact photos. If you can manage to send me these kind of photos.
Okay.
I think I can, in some things, help you because you had the same story as I had with Benenitra. All these abscesses and all these, well, I'll try my best to help you. Okay.
Thank you so very much. You
just
all
find
take
the
care.
way. Okay. Have a
Bye.
nice evening. Bye.
Bye.
Okay. So, I'm using my laptop and not my regular computer because it's in getting fixed. And so I can't show you all the pictures I wanted to show you. But what I am going to show you is, so here is Valor's foot that I did not know was contracted. And of course I shared this post. Maybe I'll just go to that post. So let me go to that post that his heels are curled in and really his heels are contracted. It's just, you have different grades and amounts of contraction, but I guarantee you, every single one of these domestic horses, pretty much, let's take off 0.01%, are going to have these kind of heels. And what happens is the foot just grows in such a way, and you trim it in such a way that you're trimming normal and making the foot look like it's normal and not contracted and not this and that, and you don't even know it. Meanwhile, you've got all this deformation and distortion going on in the foot. And so, let's see here. Let me find us here. Okay, I'm going to go to the Facebook page. We're just going to go through that. Then I'm going to show you what I've been doing on his foot on this capsule. Okay. So I'm going to trim this capsule. Okay, let me go to Facebook first. Oh, to do. Yep. Alrighty then, go to the group page. Okay, so now I gotta reshare. Just a second here. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, what's new turnout in fresh swamp grass? Lucky you. Okay, let's see. Keep going here till I find that post. I know it's here somewhere. Ah, here it is. Okay. So here is Balor's foot. This is back in June. And then he got that let's see, June, July, August, September. No, wait, that wasn't June. Yeah, it was June because in April he got that injury where he tore half his cartilage off and it put this big crack right here, only clear up here at the hairline. It cracked that whole heel off right there. Now, I didn't know that at first. I just thought it tore his cartilage up here. And so it wasn't until later I realized it. And so this side of his foot was the one where the bulb was pulled down under and forward. And at one time, the foot was very asymmetrical because when the bulb and when the heel gets trimmed out, the bulb gets pulled down and the wall gets shoved forward, it makes it bulge outward. And so then you have, and plus it'll pull this, this side pulls out this way, it's going to pull this side over. And so this side gets very narrow and the sole compact, and this side is wider and the sole is more concave in the heel area. Well, I've been trying to fix that for a long time. And when he tore that heel off, which it never bled, this part here where you see that crack, it never bled. But this up here probably bled like a stuck hog. But it was at night, so he was done bleeding by the next day. And so there was just this big bloody chunk of, cartilage that he tore off back here. So this is like April, May, June. This is at least 3 months into healing here. And this heel is growing out. But one thing it did when it broke that heel like that, it allowed this whole bulb to move back and up. And so I thought, if it works like that, maybe I could mimic that, you see. Now, the way I would mimic it was you're just cutting into the heel buttress. And what it's doing, this is why it works so good. You retain the height. Because the whole reason that these heels contract is due to trimming the heels too low. We have already established this is fact. And so anytime you trim the heels too low, well, the horse wants to stand, that foot is supposed to stand up. The horse wants to stand up. You trim the you take all this heel out, he stands up anyway. And so he takes a sidewall and he pulls it around behind his foot, and he pulls that wider part of the wall back here, and it becomes a false heel that can keep the back of his foot up where it's supposed to be. So consequently, these heels get wrapped around in there, but this whole area gets filled up with sole and frog, and you don't even know what's happening when it's happening because people don't take pictures. Not like we do. So I thought, well, I'm going to try that. So I started trying that. See, now you see this cut in the heel here. See, this grew out perfectly, and it was totally detached, and it helped him maintain the heel height so the heel wouldn't contract, and it allowed the heel internal bulb to wholly move back. And so this here is a cut I made with a small hacksaw to try, and I made it down here. See, and the one he made himself accidentally grew out and got trimmed off. This one, I put it down here, it's growing out, and it will be trimmed off eventually. Well, in this picture, I put another one over here. You can't see it because it's low, but I trimmed into the heel buttress some, makes you don't want to go too far, and made a crack around the side to see. Well, I'd already done it once and it worked, so I'm doing it again. Another thing I did was this deal here. Okay, now I want you to look at these 2 feet. And I want you to look at from the hairline up here. I want you to look at how much wider his foot has gotten. Not the heels. You can definitely look at the heels here, this one and this one, from this one to this one, and tell that they have gotten wider. Well, it looks like it anyway. Looks like they're wider in here, right? Hold on, I got a cough. Haven't got no mute. Just a minute. So now what we're discussing here is corrective trimming. Okay? Corrective trimming to correct contracted heels. Darn. All right, so I had another dilemma. I found that my heels were very, very curled in. As I trimmed the bars back continually, because the bars are in a place where they shouldn't be, and they're just going to hold your heels right there. And so, I already showed you how that one bar was jammed clear up into the foot, right? What if that whole bar just keeps growing right out, and then the all fills up with sole? It's just going to bind and hold that foot right there when you're trying to get that heel to move back, that heel buttress to, well, the internal heel to all move back and down and all that. I might have to go outside because this talking, my throat gets dry. Oh, well, I don't care. I'll just be embarrassed. What the heck? They can say, man, all that gal does is hack out a lung on YouTube. Okay. So, oh man, my throat just wants to scratch so bad. I really need to go outside and just cough until I get it out. But anyway, I will here in a minute. So, anyway, show you this. Now, this is another later picture. Now you can see where that's growing out. See, if you go back here, Okay, you can't hardly see that crack that I made there. Here you can see it a little more. And this one, again, I made it down here, and now it's grown out up to here. Now, this was just not that long ago. That was the 25th I took this picture after it's been cold and ever dry. And so the periopal looks a little different, but the frog has grown. And I'm going to tell you that I have never seen, like, I can't really explain the texture of the frog that I am getting now is wholly different than anything I've ever had before. It is like a firm tire, kind of. It is, that whole frog is moving. See, this frog here, these bulbs right here, they're going to have to separate at least an inch over this way, and this one an inch over that way, and then this whole frog is going to emerge through the back of the foot. That's the true foot of the horse. Now, isn't that? Now, I want to show you some pictures to explain what's going on. So, okay, so here's your internal foot. Here are what I'm just calling the frog lips. If somebody wants to give it a better name than that, go right ahead. See, I ain't got that ego. So maybe they've got a name. Okay, already. If somebody knows that these two things here have a name, that'd be awesome. I wonder if I can make this bigger. Just a second. See, I'm making this bigger, but the picture's getting smaller. Oh. That's interesting. I didn't even know that was there. So hold on. Go back. Oh, yeah. Looky, did you know we could do that on there? Make the pictures bigger? Look at that. That's cool. Learn something new all the time. Okay. So if somebody wants to find the name of those two things there that I'm just calling the frog lips.
That's the frog spine.
No, it's not.
Frog legs.
You can call it frog legs. Okay, who said that? Frog spine.
Marilyn.
Huh?
I did.
Oh, was that you, Marilyn?
Yeah.
You're just being a smart aleck?
I wouldn't do that.
We could give it all kinds of interesting names. You know, looks like a body part of some kind, but anyway. So these I'm just gonna call them the frog lips. All right. Which is, this is the frog, and this is the frog corium that grows the frog. Okay, so these two extensions here, okay, see that that's their shape. That's my wonderful drawing. Okay, so now it has heels too. I want you to look at the heels. Wait a minute. Now, see how here's your heel, here's the bar, and here's the bar and the heel buttress grow from right here, and then the wall would be around over here. And so here's your heel right here. And you see that your heels have depth, and you see that they are pointed a certain direction here. Now, I have outlined them here, the direction they are pointed. Okay, now the bulbs. Let's go back here. Okay. The bulbs right here. This is the underside of the bulbs, but the bulb comes around over to here, right into here. On each side. See, like so. And now this was a foot that is not deformed and distorted. Now, actually, the Here, just a minute. I'll do it. Annotate. Actually, the hold on here. Make it a little bigger. Actually, on the underside here, you've got the heel buttress corium that is part of the coronary, whatever that thing is. Since it's not a band, okay. We'll call whatever the coronary band. That's not a band. The
No,
broken
it is
band.
a ribbon.
Huh?
A
Coronary
ribbon.
ribbon. Okay, I like that. Okay,
Because
right.
it goes round, but it is not connect like a band.
That's right. And so it comes around. Let's see here. We'll just do that right there. Okay. It comes
So
around here.
we have a periople band and a coronary ribbon.
Yeah, there we go. That sounds good to me. Isn't there some fancy Greek word for ribbon?
Uh,
Huh? It's
the
got to
Greek
be
word
Greek.
is cordella.
Ha ha!
Cordella.
Cordella?
Yes, it looks like Spanish.
Okay. Well, the coronary cordella. All right. There we go. Okay, so it comes around here and it is this shape, like this. It might come in a little teeny bit like that, but not much. So I want you to remember where this is where the heel buttress grows from underneath the back of the bulb. This is also the bulb up above. Okay, up above is the bulb. Okay, and so the heel buttress grows from the bottom of that bulb, and the skin right there is coronary corium dermis skin that grows. Well, the hoof wall grows over here. The heel buttress is this triangular shape here, and here's the bar, you know. Okay, so that is the shape of it. Let's see. Oh, I was going to try to take a screenshot of that, but whatever. If you want to take a screenshot, take a screenshot. This computer, I don't have screen shooting. Or wait, maybe I do. Capture. Oh, well, okay. It doesn't because I'm going to take a I want to capture that since I drew it in. Because now that adds more detail. That adds more detail to what I was to the post, to what I was drawing on the post, you know, like you just try to keep improving things. Okay. They're all drawings. All right. Okay, I'm gonna add that to the post. Okay, so but this is also the bulb. All right. Now, underneath it on the bottom is the coronary cordella. Does sound Spanish. That grows the heel buttress and the bar under here and the wall. All right. So here's my foot. And see, I just realized this because once we realize there's no such thing as a central sulcus, that's a distortion of this area of the frog being shoved forward in the foot and then the frog growing over it and looking like it's in the center. Okay. And then you start to trim this out. All right. So that it can move. So what I saw when I took this picture was this. Well, that is where my frog lips are. Well, that doesn't match. That doesn't match. And now look at how curled in the heels are. That's the heel buttress. The heel buttress is actually right here, shoved up against. See, now you got to use your imagination. If you had normal heels pointed out and then you just curled all that in, okay, it's naturally going to pull this out, going to curl this in and pull this out that way. This is one of the things it does. Now, this could also be even more contracted than it is. Okay, so there's the foot again. Here we look at the direction the heels are supposed to be, and the sole and the heel buttress, and how the frog lips are supposed to be straight, like so. And that's my horse. That's what I found on my horse. Like, I knew his heels were curled in, and I was trying to figure out, how do I uncurl them? And then here just this month, I saw how the frog lips were. And so this makes total sense to me. If you can take your imagination and imagine that you could take a normal foot with the heels that were not curled in like this, they're down here and the frog lips are straight. And then you just take all that and you just kind of curl it in, and it's going to kind of spread apart. It's going to take these here and it's going to curl them just like that. Just like that. So, it's going to bring these little edges together. So technically, I can't have, you cannot allow the frog stay to be fully grown and complete there, because that's why, like Susanna was saying, to her, it means she sees it at the back of the foot, frog grows in there, it's going to stay there. Right? That's why Bracy Clark called it a bolt first, called it a frog stay later, because once it grows there, it's going to hold the foot there. Okay? So we can do all this heel growing and everything else, but if we don't get all of this to releasing and moving back to where it's supposed to be, we're still not going to get the correct foot. So there it is again. This, you can really see how curled in my heels really are. Now, I don't have my other computer, so I can show you past pictures where it did not look like this. Okay, it did not. I did not even know the heels were contracted. Okay, or that the heels were curled in this much, because of course you got all this false bar that's overgrown, and you've trimmed it into place to where it looks like a normal foot. You've hidden, by the way you trim, you have hidden the true distortion, is what happens. So there's how it's really supposed to be. The direction of the heels, then, and the heel buttress, that's the bulb. I could have drawn that in better. And there's my foot. And I found this on my pony as well. The same type of frog thing going on here. Just a minute here. Okay, so those froggy lips that are supposed to be kind of like that, instead, they go like this. See that? Okay, so what we want is for these heels that are curled in. Now, here's another thing that I started doing. I was like, well, what do I do to these curled in heels? How am I going to get them to uncurl? Because see, what you're seeing here isn't even the real heel. Okay, the real heel is clear over into here. Right here, okay? See, what I did was I cut out that much of that curl. in that heel. And the heel buttress, where the heel buttress starts from, is actually pushing into the frog here and pushing it over. Over here, same thing. Here, this is the direction of the heel buttress. Right there. Let me undo this. The direction, see, if we go back, just a minute here. Got to keep going back and looking again and again and again and over and over and over and over and over and over. Just a minute here. Okay, the direction of the heel buttress is, again, just a minute here, like this. You see that? This way. But mine, okay, and remember this too, okay, and it's over here. Let's see. This heel buttress, the direction of these heel buttresses, and I'll bet every one of you. Okay, and you can't go by what you see in the sole here. That will lie to you every time. Okay, because this sole will fill in and it can look just like this, you know, and that's not the true platform of the actual sole of the internal heel. It's just something that looks like it but isn't, because of the way the foot has been trimmed like it's a normal foot while it was totally distorting. And you've trimmed this false foot into it that looks normal but isn't. Let's see here. Okay, so my heel buttress do not point down here like so. They go like this. See that? They go around like that. That's how they point when they should be. Let me move this thing. Should be down here. Well, and wider than that too. Okay, probably wider. Probably more over here. Let's see. Where's the toe? Probably about like so, because let me undo this here. Because these bulbs that are like this are supposed to be right here on each side. Again, here's where the bulb is. Here's where it's supposed to be. And this frog that is right in here is supposed to be clear back through here, like so. And then growing connected to the heels here. And so you'd have a big, wide frog stay here as well. Well, that's kind of got a wreck going on there, but okay, so now what Devin was saying, what I'm saying, how I have cut out the curl in these heels with no detrimental effect. Now it did not change the ultimate weight bearing, which was about here. See it? That's about where the weight bearing really is. And so I did not change that. I just took the curl off that was here. See? And I've got pictures, which I can't show today because I don't have my real computer, where it shows this grows right out. But why do this? What does it do? Well, first of all, it weakens this curl so that the heels can push apart more. Like his foot has gotten distinctly wider back here since I did this, as in the first pictures I showed you. Okay, so see two things. One, this cut here. Another thing, taking off some of that curl, just the right amount. I could probably even take a little more off that one, maybe not. I don't know. But have had no detrimental effects. Have done it a number of times on both front feet. And now here's the thing. Okay, plus, notice there ain't much bar there, right? Okay, now I have, because of what we learned from Leah in Portugal, that time she trimmed the whole face of the bar wall down, thinned it out, and how her foot moved. See, these bars, okay, all they're going to do is bind your heel right here, bind your curl in. Because as these heels were curling in, it's pushing the bar corium forward, and then it's growing bar from a place it shouldn't be to begin with. Okay, so one of the fears, I guess you could call it that, or concerns about trimming these bars. Now you got to remember, I've been restoring these heels for a long time, so he's got some heel. Okay, not saying you do this exact thing for every foot, so you don't go taking a foot that has no heel and trying all this stuff. There's nothing there to try. Okay, there. Okay, so one of the concerns is that there will be no support if you take that bar out. Okay. Well, okay, so I want to show you a picture of the side of my horse's foot. Okay, and what's happened to his foot since I started doing this. So just a minute here. Oh, goodness. Let's see. Might take me a minute to find some on this. I don't know where anything is on this computer. Oh, well, I got them on my Facebook page, so let me go there. Just a second here. Okay. Albums. How do you find albums? What the heck? It's that Valor album here somewhere. Facebook drives me crazy. Hmm. Anybody? Oh,
There, hold on, pause.
there
Here,
we go.
drop down a little bit. There.
Right there. Okay. Okay. Valor January 12, Valor fronts. Okay. Go back. That's not the one. I want to show you some side views to show you. Okay, here we go. How much his foot is standing up. And the heels. See, his heels were from. Really, you're going to do that to me. Okay. Okay, so now if I was to turn it, because it's a little lopsided there, you would see how straight and upright and how big his cartilages are. See his heels, how nice and upright they are. Look at how the horn tubules are all in alignment. Now, he's got a lot of toe here. I could take his toe down 1/4 of an inch and his foot would be very upright, including the heels. And this is from me trimming bars out. Okay. So obviously, they're no main form of support. See? And here's the thing, if anything, they're preventing the foot, these feet from expanding and coming back. They prevent these heels from standing up.
Do you think it's because, Linda, that because the heels are curled around, the bars are in the wrong location?
Yeah.
So you have to take them off?
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Linda, can I just say something? Just a thought, and I will lose it.
Sure.
Because you see, what we're doing here is a controlled destabilization of the hoof, right?
Yeah.
That's what
that
we're
word
doing.
again.
But if you think about how the hoof is made, everything in the hoof is about stabilization. You understand? So the bar is actually, the purpose of the bar, maybe it's not the support, if we don't use the word, to stabilize the current state of the hoof.
Yeah,
because you see, you because it's survival, it's a strong survival. This probably the strongest survival example is the hoof of the horse. It will just morph and morph and morph. Doesn't matter if it's healthy or unhealthy, as long as the horse can run on it. You see?
Yeah.
So it does make sense. So it kind of goes with your idea. So I took them off. They don't offer support. What they do, they stabilize at any cost, at the same as the periopal does, goes very aggressive. That's why the bars grow aggressively when the hoof is not healthy.
Yeah,
they're
that makes sense.
stabilizing the current state of the hoof.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that makes
That's what my thought. Anyway,
I kind of imagine like earlier on in the hoof chat when you were showing the hoof capsule and where the frog stay is. If you would think about that, you know, with the hoof in there, like an anatomically correct hoof would have the bars grow along that area. So I could see what it would be kind of to stabilize that frog stay.
Work together.
Yeah, and if it all runs forward, you can't get your hoof back because now you got your frog and everything stabilizing it out of where it's supposed to be. So yeah, removing the bars, destabilizing it, like you said, would help move it back into place, and then of course allow them to grow back in anatomically correct to then stabilize that frog.
Yeah. See, and you have to keep stuff like there's a balance of leaving the horse enough to function with while at the same time reducing stuff enough so everything can move. You know, and then when you get the foot to where you want it, then let it all grow into its full extent, you know.
Linda,
Yeah.
Do you have any photos of wild horses to see their bars there? Can you remember anything?
Yeah. But I don't.
Because I'm asking this because every time I see neglected horses, but with good hoofs, nice hoofs, like Greek horses, their bars are laid over on the sides of the frog.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
Because our farriers do not really touch the bars. So many times I see horses with the overlaid bars along the frog, and I would like to see if there are photos of wild horses bars.
Yeah. I got some. I ain't got, but I haven't got them on this computer and stuff.
Okay,
Next
next
week,
time.
remind me, and I'll show them.
Yes, next time, whenever we can, just to have a notion of
Yeah.
how the wild horses bring their bars.
Okay. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Thank you.
See, we need to keep revisiting all that stuff. You
Hello.
know?
Hello, it's Eva here.
Hi.
I'm just thinking because I've been planning to do something in the tact group about what I found out on my mares over the years. And
Okay.
we can see the same tubulus on the outside of the hoof wall. There's the same distance at the hairline and at the ground if you follow the same growth line. And that means that whenever the hoof grows down, it's also these tubular slides a little bit step forward all the time, but it's the same ring, or not a ring. It was a
It's a
band.
line.
It's
Yeah.
yeah. So if you have one at the heel, then slowly it moves forward depending on the angle, and it's the same all the time when the horse has reached a large size, but part of it's hidden when it's bent into the hoof at the
Yeah.
back.
I see
So
what you're saying.
yeah, so I'm thinking that since it can't stretch, it can glide up and down. Each tubulus can glide up and down along each other, but they can't stretch because then you have a crack.
Oh, now let me see if I'm getting you right here.
Yeah.
And stuff. So you're talking about lines.
I'm thinking of getting all of you validating my thinking over the next time, but I'm just going to buy something on Friday so I can do some setup.
Okay.
So it will coming after this next week.
Okay, sounds
And
good.
because I just trying to explain my thinking and what I found on my horses.
Okay, yeah,
So
I'm
as long
very
as
interested. I want to know.
yeah, so as long as you let the side of the two grow forward, because the mid of the toe is always at the same place. That tubuli is the mid tubuli of the hoof. It maybe can
Okay,
stretch
and you said
left
you're
and
gonna
right.
do a post.
I do a post of this, but this
Would
has
you?
been my thinking for a while.
Okay,
And
sounds good.
and yeah, and if you somewhere at the toe allow the hoof wall to be too long or flare or whatever, then you take away some of the length of the ring further down at the ground. You move it a couple of millimeters too much forward, and then the heel has to fold over, so the bars following after because it's the lowest bars ring is going too much forward.
So you're talking about using the reading and using these growth rings.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, and
And they have the same distance, but some of them are hidden behind the corner at the heel.
yeah, like you can see the growth rings on the bars as well.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, okay,
And the bars is actually part of the hoof wall.
yeah. Good point. Really good point.
So it's but when you want the bars to open up to get the heels wider
Yep.
and to straighten up the hairline. So
Yeah.
this is what I've been working on all these years.
Well, that's great. Yeah, please do a post on that.
Yeah, so I just because it's mathematics and mechanics for
Yes.
me as an
Yeah.
engineer.
Yeah, me too. You
So,
know.
yeah, so it's when people say, "Oh, you got a crack there," and it's depending on blah blah blah, blah or whatever. But it's since this wall is all whatever, and I see a lot of long sides of the toes at the moment intact, and
Mm.
then the heels folding over or underneath.
Oh, you're talking about long toes,
Long side toes, or whatever
long
it's
long
called
high
now.
toes and
Yeah.
stuff. Well, okay, so like
So
um
you're actually reducing the possibility for the heel to get back if you
okay,
get
but
the side toe too long.
yeah, I understand what you're saying. See, now I used to be a real stickler for bringing the toes back.
Yeah,
Okay, but
and I seen that disappeared.
okay, but okay, but there's something else that I've been
Yeah,
learning from collecting all these pictures of these wild horses and how they correct their feet.
yeah,
And so and that is how when they get too long in nature,
yeah,
they will break out, and you're right, it will pull the back of the foot under as well.
yeah.
So
Or
what
they
they
have,
do,
this what you call it, notch, as we call
yes,
them. And
yes.
my horses, they've been doing the notches because I haven't been trimming them for 3 months or something.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
And I've been having a trim every 3 months for 2 years now.
Uh-huh.
And there's because the balance was okay.
Yeah. And see, that's
Because
great.
I started 2 years ago or more, just to see, because everyone said high heels get underround heels and
Yeah.
long toes, and I still haven't managed to get that for two
Yeah.
years.
How great is that?
Yeah,
Well, see what I've kind of been working on in watching these horses, how they'll get a long toe and it winds up not being a big deal. I mean, they'll knock out the quarters with the notch, and then
yeah,
uh
because then that toe that is long in the toe is not part of that heel that is at the heel, because
yeah,
it's different levels.
yeah.
But still, they got what you call the stressing point is like a bridge. You have two pillars.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just trying to explain what I've been thinking, and what helped my horses at least. But still,
It's okay.
I
Well, I know.
I was a little bit. I've not been working with the frogs that much.
Well, I know that if you're only
Yeah,
trimming every 3 months and they're self-trimming, you're doing pretty good.
yeah, and then losing the frogs occasionally. So
You know, but then that would be because your horse's feet would be in a place where you could do that.
yeah,
You know, but
at the
on these
moment,
horses where they've already got a lot of contracted heels and hoof binding and reduced
yeah,
capital size, if that frog is not dealt with, the foot cannot expand because
yeah.
the capsule.
There's a lot of things to work with all the time.
Oh yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
but I have to go out to feed my horses now. So
Okay, dear. Thank you for
just
sharing.
watching. Okay, see ya.
Okay, bye-bye.
Hey, Linda, this is Devin.
Yeah,
Can I share one thing that I've noticed with you?
sure,
And I want to
sure.
make sure that I'm kind of understanding so that as far as the anatomy goes, like kind of like what I've explained to some of the people I trim for, what I believe is going on. So I wanted to share it with you. I
Okay.
don't know if you've noticed, but some of these horses that don't necessarily have high toes that you would have to lower, but
Yeah.
but the toe quarters tend to kind of flare out even on both sides, making the toe look more square.
Uh-huh.
I've noticed on horses with feet like that that they have because you know the bar should end at the widest point of the foot, you know, towards like the middle of where the frog should be.
Yeah.
But the ones that have real built up bar that likes to grow all the way down to the tip of the apex, um, I've noticed with the horses that have those kind of built up all the way down and laying over the sole a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
tend to push the sole on both sides of the foot like forward and out kind of and pushing on that hoof wall,
Yeah.
and tends to kind of make that toe square out, you know.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if maybe that's what, because if you think about like where the bars are in the foot, because on them hoofs, you know, the heels tend to be a little almost like everything is just being shoved forward and then pushing those quarters out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you know, everything gets shoved forward. The frog gets shoved forward. Um, Everything gets displaced, including, I mean, like on this cadaver foot, everything's kind of tight and dried, but on that sole corium, it is loose, like a Dr. Scholl's gel pad, kind of. And so even the sole corium can be pushed out of place, you know, everything pushed forward, and the frog deformed and distorted.
Yeah,
So
because I noticed bringing some of that back and, you know, thinning out them bars and trying to get everything back, you know, that toe will start to round up.
yeah,
So
yeah,
kind of how I
yeah,
explained it to people, you know, as to why it looked to me like the toe was square. Because a lot of people want to say, well, you know, my horse lands, you know, toe first or whatnot. So they're just wearing their toe flat like that. But then they're walking, and I'm like, well, they're not necessarily landing toe first, more flat
yeah,
foot. But it looked more to me just like the way the bars were built up and laid over and compressing the sole, that it was just the sole was like taking the path of least resistance
oh
and
yeah,
just pushing the hoof wall out at the toe quarters,
yeah,
making
I can see where
square.
that had happened too, you
Yeah.
know. And plus, a lot of these trimmers have been taught to leave the toe quarters high.
Yeah.
That's a natural balance trim of Gino Nick. Because when he researched wild horses' feet, um, he found that, and he took a board, he painted the foot and took a board and then stuck it on the bottom of the foot, and he found 4 points of weight bearing, which were the sides of the toe, which is why they started calling them toe pillars, and the heels. So he said that these were 4 points of weight bearing, and they're all called pillars. But the heel buttresses and the sides of the toe. But in my opinion, what was happening was horses wear that part of their foot the least.
Yeah.
You know, that those were never meant to be major weight bearing areas, that it's just an area of the foot where that turns over less than all the others. And so it wears a little bit less. And so the hoof wall in the pillars gets a little long. And so, uh, but in his trim and in his interpretation, he thought we should leave them higher. And so if you go to YouTube and you look up ELPO, Equine Lameness Prevention Organization, and their mapping and their trim, you will see that they leave the toe quarters high. And so this has permeated all of farriery. In fact, then Rick Redden copied it, because, you know, these people all copy off of each other. Rick Redden copied it, and he invented what he called the 4-point trim. Get it? You know, why is it 4-point? Because he's leaving the pillars long, because he copied Gene Ovenick, and Gene Ovenick was wrong. And Gene Ovenick is a wonderful guy, though. All the best of intentions with that dude. But because of what he was taught as a farrier, okay, and then already have an incorrect knowledge to begin with, which he knew, by the way. And then he wanted to know, where do these horses bear weight? Because they're taught in farriery only on the rim of the hoof wall, not on the frog, not on the sole, only on the rim of the hoof wall, which transfers the weight to the lamina on the sides of the foot. And so in his research, he just really wanted to know where the horse bears the weight. And so, he would take, as I said, they'd paint a board, put a horse's foot on it, but that's not showing you. First of all, the horse's weight is not on that. That's just you pressing a board up against a horse that's, strung out, got his feet tied up.
Yeah.
And thinking about how horses move, that area, that corner, they break over the least on. And the area they break over the actual most on is the quarters. So consequently, they're wearing down their quarters more, and and then the toe, of course, and heel, and that's just a weird direction for a horse to turn. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like maybe if he was running and had to kind of do an arc, he's just not going to wear it the same.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway.
That's funny because a long time ago when I was first learning to trim, I learned that they are the toe pillars. And I don't remember what video it was where you kind of explained this and how it's not the toe pillars, but the toe quarter. So I'm like, oh, okay, those are the toe quarters. But I'll still sometimes be explaining the hoof and toe pillar. Well, actually, I mean the toe quarter.
Yeah. Well, it gets confusing,
Yeah.
And stuff. I mean, I called them the pillars for a long time because that's what I picked up from them. But then I just decided that horses don't bear weight on those pillars. And then I started noticing, like, they do that in equine podiatry. And so people were sending me pictures of horses in their barns who were trimmed by an equine podiatrist, where they're leaving the pillars long and they got big cracks in the center of the toe because of the leverage on the sides of the toe. And this was a common thing. See? So they all copy from one another.
Yeah.
And so you haven't proved something and then you go and you do it. Well, then you're going to get the result of incorrect practices.
Yeah.
Because I did them. I just wanted to follow what they said, but it didn't work.
And you know how you were saying on a post the other day how you wanted to put boot companies out of business?
Oh, yeah. And I was just being, like, wouldn't it be nice for everybody's horse to...
I knew what you meant. Some people are just too serious. But anyways, my sister Tara, I think I remember telling you about her navicular mare, which I just pulled shoes, or I mean, I just trimmed her for the fourth time a couple days ago. But her last trim, she paid $300 and some for radiographs and then had her horse shoed. And a week later, she threw a shoe and she was lame at her last show. So my sister Tara was at her wits' ends, just like going nuts. And I begged her, like, just give me a chance. It's winter time. Now it's probably the best time, barefoot. So I pulled her shoes. I've been trimming her about every 5 weeks. So I just went and did her for the fourth time. And she's sound now, and she's not even she bought cloud boots for her to wear around the pasture with a 3-degree wedge. I think she bought Cavellas and then put that 3-degree wedge in them for when she would go to show. And now she's not having to wear her cloud boots in the pasture. She's running around having fun. I got my baby horse there right now, so they're having a blast together. And she just took her to a show a couple weeks ago and did the whole show perfectly. with no boots, no nothing, and the mare is like comfortable and she's doing really sound. So I just thought that was interesting. I wanted to share that with you because she's
That is interesting. That's great. That's a great testimony. That's
yeah,
awesome.
last year comfy boots and Cavellas that she bought, and now she's not even using them.
Yeah. Because see, uh, Holly Burns was telling me about a gal that she knew. She didn't know her, but there was a person that did know this gal, and this was a high dollar eventing horse. Okay.
Mhm.
And so I guess I don't know if it was stifle problems or what, but the problem was its heels were trimmed out. And man, they begged this woman. See, and the trainer told the gal there's no hope for this horse. And they begged this gal to let him try and do this trim on this horse,
Uh-huh.
you know, and all she could say was, "Oh well, that might work. That's those are wild horses. They're not our domestic horses." She put that horse down,
Oh my
and
God,
rather than letting them even try,
that's ridiculous. See, I'm
yeah,
glad
it is ridiculous.
I'm glad my sister finally did because she was getting ready to sell her mare. And this lady, she's very expensive show horse too. This lady was willing to
Yeah,
give her 50 grand if she can get her sound. So that's why she was
wow.
doing all this podiatry and everything, trying to find something that would make her sound enough to sell her because her
Yeah.
attitude was even really bad.
Well,
And,
yeah.
and now she's sound. The woman's like, yay, 50,000. And my sister Tara's like, yeah, no, she's not for sale.
Oh boy. Well, then they just take her and put her with a farrier and cripple her again.
Yeah.
So that's the way that goes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
She lived in shoes and wedge pads for several years.
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
anyway.
that's awesome that you're doing that. That's a great testimony.
Yeah, well, thank God for giving you such a good brain to figure all this out.
Hey, it has to be God because I'm a moron. Okay, I'm not kidding. I don't believe in like revelation or nothing like that. God gave us a brain. Okay. Um, I just wanted to fix my horse. That's all. That's all. Just want the truth. Just want to fix my horse. So nothing special there. Okay, so all right, so look at this foot. Now I'm not sure. I think it's the medial side of his one foot, but what I do want you to see is this wasn't that long ago when I did this great big notch, you know, and this is a while back. And now his foot stands up like what you see back here. What you see there on both sides. And so trimming the bars out, not trimming them, well, pretty much, I guess I did kind of trim them out pretty much, is what allowed this foot to stand up. Let's see, I think that's the same foot. One of them, probably that one. Got more. Anyway, this is a while back here, and now they're standing up much better. But the point is how, they say bars are support. Let me get all this in here. Trying to look for. Anyways, another thing I've noticed is that as these feet stand up and as the cartilage extends, the pasterns get straighter. So let's see here. Okay, so what I want to do, well, here, wait a minute. Oops. Okay, here. There's one I wanted to show you. Now, see how nice that foot stands up? And so, what I'm going to do when I trim this time is I'm going to clean out the frog between where the used to be Central Sulcus name thing was, you know, where the frog stay is. And I'm going to take down the toe to stand him up some more. I don't even think this was the last picture I took because his feet are even more upright now, and the coronary band even higher. And what's interesting is that with these high heels and the frog not on the ground, his heels are not collapsing, and he's standing better than he's ever been before. Because these horses were meant, just like Casanopon said, okay, to be high in front and high behind, with the frog well up off the ground. That is the way their feet are designed to be, in spite of how, you think of what Bracy Clark said, how the eye soon gets used to deformity and does not perceive it. Okay, well, deformity becomes the normity, and then they start forcing it on these feet, is what happens. And then if they see a foot that looks normal, that's the true natural foot, they're going to say that's a club foot. See, because they're going to see that very steep dorsal wall, almost a straight hairline. But that is the real foot of the horse. This one they've been presenting to us is a fallacy. It's a deformity. And we see it and we do not perceive it. So anyway, okay, well, so let me unshare here. Okay, so now can you see my little place here? Okay, so I'm just going to give you an example of how I would trim this foot if I would have had it. Now I wish I would have done it when it was fresh and I first got it, because then I could have taken out the proper amount of sole here. Wondering if I can make this closer up. I guess that's all right. Can you see that all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Okay, so let's see here. Let me get all my stuff. I thought I brought a ruler and I know I brought a ruler in here. Oh, there we go. Okay, so first of all, if I looked at this foot, okay, I would know from this puffy sole and stuff here that there was way too much sole and way too much bar in this foot. And like, we cannot let the bars get, well, look, just at the depth of the bars and the sole. I mean, that is, let's see here. Okay, here we go. Let's just measure that. Down to the bottom of the collateral groove, up to the edge of the bar is 1 inch, a full 1 inch right there. So, yeah, what's this one? This is 1 1/4, but this is kind of laid over. Let's see how long the heels are. Right to the edge, to the end is what is that? 1 inch, 2 inches. The heels are 2 inches. I don't have a problem with that per se. This heel here is 2 inches. Well, where they're supposed to be 2 inches. God, I'm getting C now. Wow, what I was thinking there. Okay, so at a minimum, 2 inches. Like Valor's heels now are about 2 1/4 inches, and they're plumb fine. All right. So that's what he's showing his foot to be good at. And so, okay, so the one thing I want you to notice here, that these heel buttresses, I don't know, see if we were to follow them down. So when you're mapping, okay, so you want to put a mark on the edge of the foot and you want to follow it all the way down to the hairline where the periopal and hairline meet, right there. Now this heel is worn a little bit and isn't as high as it should be. Let's see. So the edge is there. We're going to bring it down this way. Right there. Now, the periopal flap ends right about here. Well, not periopal flap. Periopal flap ends here, but the actual bulb ends here. See, right here. That's where the bulb, in this case, is ending. A person could have much wider bulb skin if the heels have been being trimmed out and then the foot lifted up out of the capsule, the bulb stretched up out of the capsule up to here, and it would stretch this bulb skin. So that bulb skin can wind up being that wide. And you can wind up having bulbs that are this wide with only that much heel. Just a minute here. Is that clear enough? Or is it blurry?
It looks fine to me.
Okay. Okay, so so there's two parts to the heel. There's the part here where the internal heel would end. See it right here? Okay. And that is, let's see, if we measure it down from, let's see, that's about 1.5. Or well, let's see, from the inside right to there to the, see, I'm looking at the top of this part right here. That is about 1.5 going right to there. So if we're to come up here and we're to take this 1.5, that's internally. Look here, we got 1.5 right here. We're going to take it down to here. That's where that would end. That's where that would end on that heel. Just about from right in here. Okay, now when I was barefoot trimming, and I was taught by Cheryl Henderson, ABC Hoof Care, that the natural place to trim the heels where they would end every time was at 1 1/8 inch. So let's measure 1 1/8 inch, and I'll show you what I was doing to my horse. Okay, so if we took this, let's see, where's 1 1/8 inch? 1 1/8 is right here. Okay, so from the hairline, right there, look at where the periopal flap ends. Right at 1 1/8 inch. I'm gonna see. See, I'm looking on my computer and it looks blurry. Let me move some stuff out of here. Give it less to focus on. Does that look blurry to you folks? Feedback.
Looks fine to me.
Okay.
Wait, it's
okay.
a tad blurry.
It's a tad blurry.
Okay, well, I don't want it to be blurry, so I'm going to see if I can fix it. So hold on.
Maybe if you could zoom it in a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Let's see. Let's see here how to do this. That's going to be the fun part. Yeah, okay. View. Let's see. Okay, how do I make this smaller? Oh, let's do that first. Okay, so hold on. Let me find.
Not smaller, Linda, bigger. We
No,
need to
I
see.
mean, I'm gonna make it. I know. I'm gonna fix it. Just hold on here. I gotta see if I can find the program that Camo Studio. Okay. Shutter speed, auto, ultra wide, resolution. Resolution. 720. Is 1080 better than 720?
Yes.
Okay. We'll try that. Let's see. Scenes. Framing, zoom. Oh. Okay. Okay. Okay, now we'll try it again. Just a minute here. Oops, oops, oops. What is going on? Let's see. Is that a little better? Hello?
For me, it's good.
I can see it. It's fine.
It's more sharp. There you go.
Okay, how's that? Okay, hold on.
Good.
It's not worth killing tons of time over.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. Okay, well, I'll work with this. All right. Let's see here.
Spielberg would be proud. This is good.
I don't know what happened there. Spiegel, who? Let's see.
Steven Spielberg, the director.
Oh. Well, okay. There we go. All right. Okay, I'm gonna be back. Okay. Just a minute. Gotta find the Zoom thing again. Dang. What is going on? Is that thing? Oh no. Is it pinned? Can you see the whole screen?
No, just part of the
No,
foot, and it's blurry.
Oh crap. Just a minute. Oh man, that's bad. Okay, just a second. How's that? Better?
It'll.
Oh crap. A pain in the butt. Okay, let's see. Focus. How come you're not focus? Focusing. Oh, that didn't work. Whatever that was.
I think you need to zoom out just a little bit too.
Okay.
That's good.
There we go. Okay, that'll work. I'm gonna leave it alone. Okay, so yeah, this is irking me. Still ain't as clear as I would like it to be. Stupid thing. Okay, anyway, right to 1 1/8 inches, right here where this flap is. See the flap? And that is constant, which is interesting because that tells you exactly where your heel ends here. So So when they're teaching people that heels should only be this long, which is, how many centimeters is that? Oh, how about that? It's 3 centimeters. That's Strasser. Okay. That's what she taught people the heels should be, just 3 centimeters. Well, guess what you're doing? You're taking the heels right down to just barely where the actual physical heel is, with hardly no sole. See? Because look here what I did. I measured inside here. Now you'd have thought, her being a scientist and a veterinarian, that she might have thought of this. Okay? That you take a hoof capsule off and measure that. Duh. Okay, so again, I measured it, and right to the hairline here, from internally to the hairline, is about 1.5 inches. And so that would be where the foot ends, at 1.5 inches. And yet they're wanting you to take the heels down to 1.125 inches, right at the periopal flap there. So that's what I did to my horse for a number of years, that totally trimmed his heels out. And so what would happen was, I would trim them down to this periopal flap here, 1 1/8 inch, and the horse would make heel. I would come out in like 4 or 5 days, and he would have grown that much heel. But it wasn't heel, it was sidewall that had been pulled around behind as he tried to stand up in his foot. And so that just kept happening. And I kept taking the heels down. He kept turning it in, pulling it in, pulling it in, to where he got what I showed you, which was the curled in heels, like so. Okay, so I would map this foot. Yeah, I mean, you can do it either way. Sometimes you can just clean stuff up, clean up the sole. You could come in here. You could come in here. Let's see. Like, unfortunately, I don't have any sole in the toe. But a lot of times what I'll do is I'll come in and I'll just kind of take off sole right up against that wall, like that. See? If the foot is long, and I'll come over here and try not to cut myself. See, and just take the very edge off, like that, to clean up this area and clean around the sole there. And always take the apex off till it gets down to here. I'm not going to do everything on this foot, because I want to, I have some more feet, so it don't really matter and stuff. But then I would take off the apex just like this. Oops. I got the sole coming out, because of course the foot is dead. But I would want to trim the sole back, or not the sole, the apex of the frog back, to where it blended with the sole. Then I'm going to come in here and I'm just going to map this foot that's falling apart. And I want to map the bars, so a dot on each side. And I like to put my protractor there and then bring it up against the heel. And I would then draw a line like so on that bar. Again, put this here up against there and against the heel, and come in here like so. And obviously in this foot, you're going to be taking out some sole. And so I would go ahead, and I should have a better glove on so I don't cut myself. But I'm going to go ahead and take out this sole and bar. And I'm going to, these bar walls, look, here's your wall. See how wide it is? Well, then you have your bar wall here. See? Your bar wall. So let's see. I got a better knife. I got this one. So I'm just going to come up here and I'm going to start going down that bar wall. Like so. And follow it all the way down. You know, I might come in here like this too and just take the front of that off first.
Linda,
Yeah.
please be careful because this is a dead
It's dead and I don't want to get childbed fever, right?
you get cut.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody knows how we trim, and you have to make videos. And this is a moving hoof.
Okay, well, I'm just going to trim that down anyway there. I'm fine. And then I would take out this sole so that it was tapered down to the bar. And one thing you want to do is you want to get right up. Yeah, here we go. I better listen to Angeliki. Okay, so that, see, these heels will never move and become decontracted if you don't get your bars down. And even this bar would be really too much. You know, I would want to even take it a little more down there, but this is just an example. But what I wanted to show you was how these heels are contracted. What could you do to help them decontract more? And I want you to notice that once you take this out here and just take it down to there, you'll notice that there is a hook here in the heel. And so there's a couple different things you could do. You could use one of these and you would come in here and you would probably take off this much on these. You want to take off the hook. The hook is right here. And that's where the heel buttress is bent over to. So I could take off up to where this bar wall is here. You come straight in there and then follow the horn tubule down. I can take off that much of the hook in this heel. Let's follow this one over. See, the bar actually comes to here. The bar actually comes to here. So I can come to here and then I can follow the horn tubule down here like that. And I was talking to Holly about this and she trimmed this mare. Well, you don't want to take off that part. You're just taking off hoof wall right here. And I would do that. There's different ways you could do it. I could come in here with this and I could take it down like that. Just zip it over to there. You know, and you got to watch it too, because I mean, he does have a foot in here somewhere. Okay. So you don't want to go into his sole corium or his heel, you know, or I could take a rasp. I could take a rasp and I could come in here like this and I could just start pulling against that. Like, well, let me get up here so you can see. See how I'm doing that? I don't know if you can see.
This is where the bonsai nippers help.
Huh?
This is when I would be using the bonsai nippers.
Yeah. I don't have any bonsai nippers, but
Are they solid enough to cut through the back
got
of the heel
these.
like that?
Oh yeah, they're what do you call it when steel is cut, machined. They're
Okay, see,
really strong.
I have small bonsai nippers, but I don't know that they would cut through that.
See,
Go on Amazon and look for ones from Japan.
you
They're
can
they're
use regular
machined.
nippers. See,
The bonsai nippers have a point that lets you get in there a little deeper than the rasp would, because the rasp has it only goes so far and then you can't get deep enough.
Yeah, I have bonsai root nippers. They're pretty small.
there. Now that one I did nip off. See there? Let's see here. Let me clean it up. And you got this edge here on here too. Actually did better. And see, what I wanted to do was now make it so this is even with the bar, so that there isn't this hook that goes over. Now, if you look, you'll see here's where the real buttress is. Okay. But by taking that hook off as much as possible there and evening this out with the bar, okay, this is going to retain strength, but yet weaken it enough to where your heels can push apart. See? Now, on this piece here, there's still a hook right here. There's still a hook right there. I can probably, let's see. Sorry. Probably come in here and just take off part of it like that. Like that. Because it's kind of hard to get in there with the rasp, I think. But anyway, you see what it's done when you look at it now from behind, how it's these are not, of course, hey, they're false heels anyway, right? Let's make our own false heels in a better spot. You haven't really changed where the weight bearing is as far as distance from here to here. Okay, but you have taken off this hook that comes around into here, pushing into the frog. Maybe I can get that with the rasp. I don't know. Wrong side. Yes, you can. See, I want to make this level with that bar this way. If I can. Okay. Anyway. So that's kind of what I've been doing. Now, I don't have it with me, but I got this little hacksaw, okay, where I can just cut into this a little bit. Of course, you got to be careful there because now you're getting closer to your foot, okay? But you can, up here, you can make a cut. You can retain the strength while also kind of weakening the whole area so that these heels will come back. You may not even need to make one of those cuts. You might want to hold off on that. Because this is just going to set the whole foot up right there to be able to, like even now, see, I can pull on that. and it's weaker, and I can see this area spread apart. See it? And that's what you want. As the horse is walking and moving and pressing down on these heels, they're going to push out just a little like that and gradually undo these heels. But of course, also what I've been doing is I've been taking off a layer of this extra bar wall here to also weaken the bar wall so that these heels will come uncurled and spread that foot out. So anyway, wish it was clearer. I'll do a video. I need to do a video where it's a lot clearer, but you're getting a general idea there.
What, if anything, would you do with the frog?
The frog? The frog, well, what I've been doing is I trim that thing way up. You know, I trim like I open this whole area up in here and clean it up really, really good. But that's what I do. But you got to remember, I'm not riding my horse, right? So I would have to ride him with boots when I trim those frogs probably. But right now he's on, and right now I'm not trimming his frog like that because it's frozen ground. But you have to trim up everything here so that these heels that are curled around and contracted can come back and spread out and pull that whole frog back to where it's supposed to be. Anyway, now I thought I would just kind of pull this sole out so you can see. Now let's measure this dorsal wall because this will be interesting here to see how much depth of sole Holly's horse had. So if we measure from the hairline to the ground, well, she's got almost 4 inches here. She's got almost 4 inches. What is it? Or well, about 3 3/4 in the center there. Okay, so now you see what it looks like behind that sole. Now there's your white, that would be your white line. Stupid computer. Yeah. Okay, so that'd be your white line. And let's see how deep that is. Let's see. Now I'm feeling it. It would be soft, of course, because there we go. We got through. Wonder if my camera's going funky on me. Does that look weird to you? No,
It's fine.
it's my computer. Just go ahead and take that toe out there so you can see what it looks like. Okay. There we got through.
Linda, I have a question from a YouTube viewer. They just
Okay.
text me. Can you use sandpaper to take the curls out?
You could try maybe a sanding block.
All right. Thank
Maybe
you.
a sanding block, you know, those blocks they make. You know, so So how thick was this sole in the toe? Was exactly exactly God, can't even measure. Let's see here. Where is the half-inch mark? Can't even read. Just a minute. I gotta mark the half-inch mark. Okay. This is an inch. This is an inch. This is a half-inch. I guess. Okay, yeah. I'm just not seeing this part here. Come on. Okay. So, okay, so not quite it, not, let's see, half an inch plus 1/8 is what?
5/8.
5/8, right? 5/8?
Yep.
Okay, duh. All right. Measure twice, cut once. Okay, so 5/8 of an inch. That's pretty good. I mean, that's pretty good, you know, pretty good there in the toe. But I don't know if that would have been the actual amount of live sole she had in there, you know, and then you can see the lamina there. But anyway, um, you want to make sure you start learning how to exfoliate your sole. Just retaining all that sole is not a good thing. And I'm going to show you why. I don't know if you'll be able to see this because, of course, yeah, gosh, can't even see that at all. But I'll have to take pictures of this. But this is a plaster cast of a foot that where the whole coffin bone was worn away, right there. Most of the coffin bone was gone. And because on the sole there were lumps and clumps up next to the frog, it wore a hole in the sole corium here, which you can't see because white doesn't show up all that great. Oh, there we go. We'll do that. See how it wore a hole right here in the sole corium? So that would have been an abscess. And then if it didn't come out the bottom of the foot, it'll go right up through the foot and out the coronary band. So that is why you don't want to have all kinds of lumps and clumps and bumps to be accumulating and forming around this area. Okay. Okay, well, this foot is drying out, turning weird colors. Yeah, you got to be careful when you're doing these cadavers because even soaking in all that alcohol, I imagine there's lots of, you know, disease attached to them because they're dead. So I do think about that. Okay. All right. Well, anybody have anything they want to contribute? Again.
You're talking about the lumps, the bumps, and the ugly.
Yeah.
I just uh, looked at a horse that I haven't trimmed for 6 months. The owner was supposedly doing it, yeah. And he blew out an abscess like you can't imagine because he was walking on dead sole.
Yeah.
So I started cleaning it up. The abscess is probably a month out now. You can see where it popped out. And there's another one forming right there now too because it was never cleaned up.
Yeah.
The horse is going to go dead lame shortly.
Yeah. Pressure sores,
Right.
which turn into blisters, which turn into wounds, you know. And
So,
then,
but then the sole is so freaking thin there because the feet haven't been dealt with correctly. It's like, oh my God, where do I, what do
where
I
do you
do?
begin?
I know. And it's like, oh, Like there look like build up a sole where the sole ridge should be.
Mhm.
And I just ever so lightly took the rasp to it and hit blood. I'm like, oh, good. There's nothing there.
Fresh blood or old blood?
Fresh.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Yeah,
That
and then you know,
yikes wasn't quite the word I used.
You know, guys, I lived almost a year with cast on Benenitra's hooves because it was like this.
Yeah, well, that ain't happening on this horse, trust me.
I don't know, cast, especially this, how do you say, not the plain cast, the other one with the raisin on
Yeah.
it.
Edges?
It lasted me about 4 or 5 days,
Yeah.
but the horse was not working, of course. Huh?
Well, this horse ain't gonna be working soon, trust me.
So why not keep
Because
him
the
with?
people just don't get it and just are like, we don't have time for you to do that and blah, 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 blah. There's 12 million excuses, trust me. The horse is just gonna go dead lame again.
that's too bad.
I know.
You
You know,
know,
they're like,
You
well,
just give him
I
some
just,
time
we're
to
like,
grow some hoof
it's
with
only
the
growing
cat.
forward. Angelique, it's only growing forward. I'm getting absolutely there's no upward growth. None. It's all forward.
Wow.
And
that's
then and then I had this hoof under control, and the owner who I was training said, I'll do it, I'll do it, I'll do it. And I wanted to keep, doing it with them. Oh, we can't find time. I'm too busy. I have all these other responsibilities. So finally yesterday I was like, enough is enough. And I just went down and pulled the horse. And what I found was horrifying.
that's too bad.
Absolutely
Well,
horrifying. Not what I left, not what I left.
That's sad.
So it's worse now, I think, than before I started. So now I cleaned up the frogs. I cleaned up a little bar. I put a couple notches in just because I had to do something to stop it. And I only got through 3 feet because on the fourth foot the horse had it, and I don't blame him. And I will go back and look in a week and see what has happened with the notches that I've put in, hoping I can stop some of the forward, the whole forwardness. Almost like just, and my notches weren't that huge. Um, I'll see what I can do with it. But I mean, like literally I was afraid to put too much notch in that the horse would have nothing to walk on.
That's sad.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, now a horse like that needs boots and casts and
Yep.
some
And
support while
I
you're
know, and I
working
try to
with them.
talk to them, and they're like, "Oh, we just can't do it. We can't afford it. Your horse, we just don't have time to keep putting them on and off." And I 12,000 excuses. The poor horse.
Yeah. Well, then you can't afford a horse.
Well, they own four of them, and they're the ones that own the barn.
Oh,
Linda,
yeah.
that's why I told about cast, because cast is not costing.
Oh, I know. So I
And
have
it lasts for 10 days, at least.
right. So I'm gonna have to talk to him because I said you did see the abscesses, right? And they're, oh yeah, we saw them. We saw that they came out, and like you never mentioned it to me. You never said anything that there were problems. And I'm right here almost every day. So we have a little talk.
Yes, with some people it's very difficult to collaborate and to help.
They're too busy. They're too busy, and it's not their priority.
Yeah.
They just ride him whether he's sore or not. And I'm like, he's gonna be dead lame. But anyway, I had to vent. I'm done.
No, I don't blame you. You know,
Venting, you know.
I don't blame you a bit.
But I was curious. I want to go back and look at that whole thing you did on the heel curl, the hook.
Okay.
Who knows, I've been taking a little out, but nothing like that.
Oh, okay.
I
Yeah,
mean,
like if I had this horse here,
yeah,
you know, I mean, if their heels can be in that much, heck, I'd be taking off, well, as much as I could up to where I wasn't going into his foot, you know.
yeah.
So maybe this will tell me something here. Let's see. Let's say, because there are horses that are this curled in. Okay. So if I come over on the hook, which was right here, I still would not be in to his actual heel. To be into his actual heel, you'd have to be clear into here.
You
See?
think? Yeah.
So
I haven't, I've been afraid to hit real. I wasn't trying to figure out where, like my curl is kind of looking like Valor's curl, that degree of curl,
yeah,
my fronts. And I have been going in with my grinder and my knife and thinning it out, but not to the degree that you've been doing. Just
yeah.
here.
Well, I've just grown in it. I started small.
Right. So
When that,
I'm just going to keep doing small and see if I get anywhere.
yeah. And then let's see. So I could come over to here.
I mean, it looks so much easier on this cadaver foot to decide where to go.
See, I think I could on this foot here, I could take off that much. It's that curled in. And that would just be pretty much his whole heel buttress. But the heel buttress is there to stabilize the foot, right?
Right.
So you don't want it stabilizing a foot like this. You don't want it holding those heels in and stabilizing those heels.
I was just in my head before, I was just afraid that if I took too much off, they would curl in more and collapse.
Yeah, yeah, I know that's a concern.
That's
But
what keeps going through my mind every time I go to do it. Is like if I take too much, will it curl in more in a collapsing kind of thing?
yeah, and I was afraid of that too, but it never did. It just
Okay.
got better. There was a couple times it kind of looked, like I was wondering, but it never did.
I
You
mean,
know,
I'm gutsy, but I'm like, I don't want to like undo all the work I got so far.
well, me neither, um me neither. So I totally understand how you feel about that. And like I say, this is experimental,
Right.
people.
That's why I was
Okay.
taking my grinder in that groove,
Hmm.
cleaning the groove out, and then I was going up and down and up and down and up and down vertically up along the fake, the false heel, and just cleaning it up and getting into it, and then making sure I got the part that actually that little hook that went around,
Yeah.
get rid of that. But like I said, I didn't do nearly what you just did here.
Well,
But I'm said, he's sound. I'm riding him. Um, And I'm just going to keep, I think, doing it in smaller amounts right now and see if it helps and if his foot slowly starts uncurling a little bit more.
uh-huh.
Because at one point I screwed up, I don't know, about a year ago, I screwed up and curled them in. And now I'm still working on undoing that.
Yeah, and you should not do any more than what you're comfortable with.
Right.
You know, I'm not telling people to do this. I'm just showing them what I've been doing and what I've been learning and seeing, and that so far I have not had any detrimental effects to this. In fact, I did it on my pony,
Did you?
and for the first time, her cartilage is uncurled enough to where I could actually feel the end of the cartilage.
Huh.
And I didn't even, I mean, I knew. See, here's the thing. I knew that this is going on, but I did not realize the extent, even on Valor, that it was happening. You know, um, yeah, I just did not realize to the degree that this was going on.
No, I'm going to try it. Trust me. It's just a matter of, watching what you did versus what I've already done so far and seeing when it's done. And then just like I said, a couple of us do need to experiment to validate what you're doing.
Yeah.
We need a couple more, and what the hell, at this
Well,
point.
and Jackie did it on her horse, Red Star, and he was actually, I did it on my pony. Plus the no frog support.
Right.
Okay, and she was immediately relieved.
So remember that foot you cut a lot off of and then you build it up?
Yeah.
Where's that one at after you did that?
You talking about on my pony?
Yes. Remember you took the one and you built it up with a whole bunch of stuff and kept a boot on it and
Oh yeah.
artificially built
Well,
it up.
I never, I would only get so far and that's it. And so that's the foot I'm talking about. I trimmed out only it was a little harder on her because I had taken a lot of heel out and then built it up. Because if you've got a really contracted foot, and this hoof capsule is binding this foot, right? And so with all the bar and everything, there's no way that you can leave that and then unbind the foot. So I had taken quite a bit off the heels, but I knew that Lauren heels contracts heels, right?
Was that what happened when you didn't give the artificial support anymore?
Yeah.
What happened?
Well, they contracted right away. Poof.
That's what I figured.
Yeah.
Okay.
So there was, her heels were funky, weird looking low. And I was keeping them supported, because I wanted less hoof wall on there, hoping her foot would decontract. And so here, it's been over a month ago, I trimmed her and I did what I did here.
Okay.
Okay. And took the frog way down. And then, because see what I do is then I put a little sock on the foot. And this time I did not put frog support.
Okay.
I made DIM, but I put an indentation where the frog goes instead of building it up for frog support.
Okay.
So I just did a DIM pad that would keep her foot elevated. And I put 2 little socks over that and secured them with duct tape around the pastern. Then I put a plastic baggie over that. You cut the top off, the Ziploc part.
Right.
And I filled that with, I got some of Dr. D.F. Crosley's lotion and water and make sure it's soaking. Okay. And then I put another couple socks over that. And then I put a boot on with DIM elevating the back of the foot. And then because of the weather and stuff like this, I also put a little hose in there, a little tube, so that I could take a syringe and squirt more liquid in there after a while.
Good idea. Smart.
Because I want to keep it wet, constant.
Right.
And so it was, oh my God, it's been a month where her foot's just been growing and staying wet in that boot. Okay. She walks better than she has like in a very long time. She was immediately it was immediate, the immediate difference and relief. She was different. Her walk, everything different, better, way better. And she walked faster than me. I have a hard time keeping up with her. And so when I took the boot off, which was yesterday, I saw stuff I had not ever seen before. I saw that whole area was expanded and opened up. I could show you a picture. I could show you a picture if I can find it on here of what she was like before and after, and how the whole back of the foot has opened up. You know, the bound up cartilage has been bound for eternity from trimming the heels out, doing that barefoot trimming, that horse killing trim. Let me think of where I got the pictures. Just a minute here. Oh, doo-doo, doo-doo.
You know, I keep thinking how the sidewalls
Yeah,
notch how it works for us, and I keep thinking, you know, the heel and the bar are basically hoof wall. And like, how can we make a notch back there to work for us, kind of thing?
yeah,
You know, and because it's basically the same material, it's just in a different place.
yeah. Let's see. I'm trying to figure this out. Where did I post those pictures?
I mean,
Yeah, I can show you a video of her walking too.
I mean, I can take the bars way down height wise, but I was thinking also about thinning them out, the length of them to weaken them a little. But then with the foot collapse again, if the bars get thinned out the whole length of them from the heel all the way back to the frog,
Yeah,
you know, to thin them out to weaken them so that that will move. Because those things are locked into place right now. I mean, I keep taking them down, but that's not letting them move, you know, in a horizontal plane.
yeah,
So I'm like, can I thin the bars down the whole length of them versus just taking them down from the top? Can I thin them out the whole length and destabilize them a little bit without completely decimating them? And, you know, and will the horse, you know, will the foot still be able to function okay, but would it let the bars move? That's what
well,
I've been pondering
it's
recently.
something. Yeah, and you know, and then if you pondered enough, sooner or later you'll try it.
I know. I've been pondering it for quite some time, honey. I
You
mean,
know,
I keep thinking about it in my head, trying to picture what would happen, you know, like as he walks on it. You know, would they bow out more? But I don't think so because all that soul is over there to keep it from going that direction.
yeah.
So would it let them move back to where they belong a little bit more?
Well, might.
I know. I
Okay.
I keep thinking about it. Because we know that when you thin the outside wall down when it does, it destabilizes it. Obviously, we've seen that from all the bad trimming.
Yeah.
So I'm like, but I'm gonna work on the hooky thing some more, definitely. And I have another one that's very tall and very clubby looking, but he's not clubby looking, he's just contracted and tall.
Uh-huh.
And I've been slowly opening his up, but not to the degree you did. And I've gained maybe from heel to heel, I've gained maybe a 1/4 inch in width.
Oh, well, that sounds good though.
I know, but like there should be, I'm thinking there should be a lot more movement.
Uh-huh.
You know, I mean, I've been measuring it all along from heel to heel, trying to see if I'm making any headway. And I want to try to take more off his heels. He's due for a trim next week. So I'm thinking about taking more off of his in that hook area and see what happens.
Well, see, that's good that you've been measuring it, so
Yeah.
you really know.
Yeah.
You know?
I was like, I need to know how wide these puppies are and if they're ever opening up for me. And the only way to do that is to measure them. So I started out at 2.5 inches when I first started trimming them, pretty close to the beginning, heel to heel, heel point to heel point. Now I'm at 2 3/4.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I've opened up. Well, see, he's the one that had absolutely no frog and just a slit of thrush. So now the frog has become healthy, and that is what I think has pushed the heels apart that I created. We got a frog because he had no frog. It was disgusting.
Oh, wow.
So as he grew a new frog, I think the strength of the frog that we got growing is what pushed it out so far. Because I haven't trimmed his heel hooks off or anything yet. So I think it was actually the frog that blew it apart and got me some width back there when he started growing a decent frog.
Yeah, sometimes that frog can really, well, I believe that absolutely that the frog, you got to get that frog growing because that starts pushing everything back into place.
Right. And I think that's where I got my 1/4 inch is from my frog coming in. So now I want to see where I can work and get more. So this is what I'm going to try with him. We'll see. And I'll measure it, in a month or two and when I go again and see if it made any difference.
Okay.
Can't hurt. But he's barely ridden. He's got so many other issues in his body. He's so lightly ridden. So that it's not like if something goes horribly wrong, not that it would, but if he would just get even a little sore, he's not being ridden anyway because he's got arthritis all through his body from whatever the hell they did to him through the years.
Oh, poor
He's
guy.
hurting Pony, but she takes good care of him. And I'm still trying to restore his hooves. Figuring it can't hurt, it'll help him with his body soreness.
Yeah. Well, that's good.
So, but yeah, I'll do this on him and I'll start playing with my guy's fronts. I'm not going to do his backs. He doesn't have enough height in the back for me to feel comfortable doing this yet. His fronts do. So we'll keep working on it. But thank you.
While you've been talking, if I haven't replied a lot, I'm listening to you, but I'm also picking these pictures out.
It's okay. No, I
Okay.
mean, I just keep getting gutsier and gutsier with some of these new ideas because I've been thinking about them for a while. After do them and I just ponder them for a while and then I'm like, okay, I'm just going to do it.
That's good. Yeah.
So
Can I add something about the bars?
go for it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Just because I know that I haven't been trimming the bars out of these horses for very long. It's kind of a new thing for me, but I found so far positive results. But I'll say even on my horse JD, and he's probably one that I gotta go the easiest and slowest on just because he has false heels and they're very thin. But even with him, I still thinned out his bar and I pretty much just trimmed them down like into the lateral groove, lower than the sole, um, down until they were straight because they were kind of like
Curve.
So I would trim them down until they were straight, so they were pretty short. And then even then, I still thinned them out, and kind of just took my knife and went straight back out the back of the hoof to where it even took the hook off of the hoof wall to where there was no like curl right there. And I
Yep.
thinned right out and thinned the frog right out. And one thing I've noticed is his bars usually will grow back and want to grow up all the way to the tip of the apex of the frog. And my last pictures after the first trim that I really did that on, you could see his bar line where it kind of wanted to grow in, and you could kind of see it where it was more um, starting to come back towards the middle of the frog, the widest part of the hoof, more towards the middle of the frog, more like where it should be instead of running all the way down. But on several other horses too that have been contracted, and you could see where the heel bulbs and the cartilage and everything's like kind of crammed up in the hoof. I've gone in and removed all that, and these horses are much more comfortable afterwards. And
Oh yeah, because you've taken that big lump of stuff out.
yeah, basically they've got all this bar and frog and cartilage and everything compressed into the capsule, and this isn't even anything you could really see in an X-ray.
No.
But as soon as you cut all that bar and frog and excess compressed junk out of the back of that, it just kind of opens up that whole area and releases the pressure on the bottom of the foot. But I did just do a little stallion the other day. The lady that basically, I mean, I'm not really into all this as much as I used to be. I used to do it as a profession, you know. I just went around and trimmed horses all day long, every day, 6 days a week. That was my job, you know. But now I'm just a nurse and I do rehab cases on the side. So she trains my horses and I trade her trim. So she has people that come into the barn, and I don't charge a lot of money. I'm not trying to get rich. I mean, I only charge $50, and I'm probably cutting myself short because it's a hard job, you know. But
Yeah, it is.
but I you know, I trim two of her horses and she gives me an hour riding lesson or an hour working with my baby horse. But anyways, she just had a stallion that the farrier that had him before, you know, he had underrun heels, long toes. So the guy, I mean, one thing he did do good on the horse is he sure chopped his toe off, but he cut his feet down to the bare nubbin to where he could barely move. So she finally gave up, turned him out to pasture, and he's been in the pasture for 6 months with his feet untouched. And and the pasture has seemed more sound. Well, she decided, okay, let's go ahead and trim him, because I wanted to take a video of trimming a hoof, you know, seeing the hoof for the first time, because a lot of my horses I've trimmed, you know, a few times, some of her lame horses and even some of the other horses in the barn that are hauling in to have me trim them. So I don't have a lot of video or picture of them from before I ever trimmed them. So she's like, well, why don't we do my stallion, because he's been sitting for 6 months and I've never trimmed him before. So I'm like, oh yeah, that's great. You know, and he had blown abscesses and everything. So she brings him out and I took a video of me trimming him. And I got a picture of him standing with his feet all wide with all of his weight towards the inside of his hoof wall. Um, he just was standing all wonky, trying to be comfortable, even though when he walked, he didn't really seem sore, but he was previously. And and granted, in Alabama at this time, this was last week, so it was like 19 degrees that day. It had been snowing, the ground's frozen, but after I trimmed him, he stood more square. Then we walked him up and down the aisle in the barn and he was comfortable. And then she led him by her truck back down to the pasture and I videotaped him, and he was walking and trotting down the gravel driveway just fine right after a trim, freezing cold, frozen ground, and he did great. So
That's
anyway,
great.
yeah, I just wanted to share
Yeah.
that.
That's awesome. Okay, I'm going to show you now. This is the other foot. Okay, it's not the foot I did yesterday. This is the other foot, but you need to know that I'm consistent trimmer, both in distortions and I'm fixing them. I mean, I make both feet will look the same because I trim them the same, you know. So yeah, I can make match distorted feet. So okay, so I'm gonna show you this one foot here. Just a second here. Zoom. Share screen. Okay. Show you the back of the foot. Okay, so I don't know if I can make it larger. A second here. Oh, now I can't find nothing. Oh, that's paint. Never mind. Just a second. Okay. New share. Okay. Okay. So this is the back of the foot. You see how the hairline is pulled down? See that? This is from, unfortunately, see, I shaved her foot so I could see the cartilage, and my clippers got a little close there. Poor baby. So you see how much the hairline is pulled down here. Okay, now I'm going to show you how that foot changed, and both feet were the same. Okay, so tomorrow I'll have pictures of this foot. I'm going to show you just a second here after trim of that foot so you can see this thing that it did, which was pretty amazing. Let's see. Share. Share. Okay, now want you to see something. You see this crack here? Okay, that was not, you couldn't even see that at all. The foot totally came, I could feel her cartilages here, which I have never felt ever. Her foot has been so pulled down and under, and you would never see a crack between the bulbs like this, like ever. And so what happened was that whole foot unwrapped. See, all this here is embedded deeply into the foot right here. I mean, these feet, it's almost like they turn them inside out. That's how
Same
much.
foot, Linda, is that the
What?
same foot as the previous picture?
Yeah, here, just a minute. Okay, this is the first foot. Let's see. We'll do this one. I'll show you that one. There. And then I'll show you the same. I think it's the same foot. Yeah, it is. And actually, here we go.
Sewing machine, sorry.
Okay, see that? See how the hairline's pulled down? See how there's no crack here at all? Okay. Again, this is the other foot, but both feet are the same. Okay, now, let me show you this foot again. And then I'll show you a video of her. Okay, see this crevice?
Yeah.
Right here? Never had that. Never. And so this is the first time her real foot is starting to unwrap and emerge.
So she uncurled enough to show you a crevice.
Right.
Wow.
Never, ever, ever had that before.
So it was so tight in there that there wasn't a crevice.
Right. It was so, this part here was pulled down. Here, maybe I can.
I get it. I get it.
Okay. The hairline here was so pulled clear down to here. And so all of this here, this piece right here was clear down here.
Yeah.
See, let me take you back.
Do you think all that movement is what kind of caused that one heel to kick out? Because it kind of looked like it shifted over a little bit.
Yeah, well, again, this is two different feet.
Oh, okay. See, that's what
Okay.
I asked if it was the same foot or not.
Yeah, this foot has kind of had this issue
Okay.
and stuff, but it was the same. We're talking about this part of the foot here was
Yeah.
the same as their matched feet, except for that issue.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. And so this part of the foot, okay, let me go back now. Yeah. Okay, so see this little bit right here? Or well, wait, let me get it annotate. Okay, see this part right here? Okay, that was pulled clear down here. And so that means these bulbs here were wrapped way, 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 way into her foot. Okay, and so what happened was all of that came loose and unwrapped, and this piece here that's right here that was pulled down to here, okay, was able to come back up. This is actually where it's supposed to be, is right here. And let's see. And instead, it was right here. See how it's right here, that hair? Okay. It moved all the way. Well, and look, it's like this, and it's supposed to be like this, and clear up here, clear up here. That's where it moved to. All this came unwrapped, and this moved all the way back up to here. And the bulb skin, everything is over here now.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I was blown away. And the only thing different, two things I did different, was it doesn't show it on this foot, but I took this piece out here on the other foot. And I think I did it on this foot too. I took these pieces out here.
Yeah, that's what I did with JD too. And the frog that builds up in that corner too, I cut out.
Yeah. Yeah. I did that too.
It reminds me of like if you go get a pedicure and they take those clippers and cut out the sides of your toenail all the way down to your cuticle.
Exactly. Exactly. Now, were you here when I showed the curled in toenails?
Yes, I was.
See? Exactly. That's my reasoning, part of the reasoning behind it, you know?
Now they have ingrown hoof nails.
Yeah, well, they do.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a digit, you know? And look, if you look up here, you can see his heel buttress. See the white right there? Wait a minute. I'm on the wrong page. Just a second. I'm on the wrong deal. Okay. See this here? That's his heel buttress. See how it's pushed in? Look at the frog lips. They go like that.
Yeah.
See there? So here's the bulbs.
Now, quick question. On the left side of that heel, where it looks like there's a divot, like almost a chunk cut out of the
Right here?
hoof wall.
Yeah.
On the outside, if you go to the outside of the outer hoof wall, it looks like there's like an indent on the left side.
You know what? I think what I did there was I thinned down that outer hoof wall.
Well, actually, the other side. Go to the other side.
This?
That little notch looking thing.
Oh, yeah, that's a purposeful divot.
Oh, I was
Okay.
just wondering if you put that there or if that was just in the hoof wall.
No, I put that there.
Okay.
No, because the purpose is to try and figure out how can you allow them to still have enough hoof, but yet weaken different parts so this will all like unfold.
Yeah, okay.
You know, and so I put grooves. A lot of times what I'll do is and this does work, is let me draw you a picture here.
Now, is this the pony or somebody else's horse?
This is the pony.
Okay.
Yeah. A lot of times what I've done, which offers relief and keeps the back heels from being pulled forward, is I'll take, let me undo all this. Let's see.
Because since I've talked to you, you know, learning founder, you know, I would take off the toe, lower the heels. Now, of course, they usually always did have lots of frog and bar, so I would trim that out too. So I would usually have success. But some of these horses, you know, were always just seemed to be prone to founder if people didn't trim more regularly or whatnot. But I rescued my mini donkey. Some clients of mine, their neighbors had a mini donkey laying in the field. Had been there laying there for like 2 weeks. So yeah, they weren't owners. But the guy was going to shoot him, and Bailey was like, "No, let me call my farrier and see if she'll, you know, trim his feet." So I went there. I trimmed his feet the best I could for one trim with a donkey laying on the ground, and then he got better, and then 2 weeks later went back down. I mean, he literally had a bald spot around him where he was like pushing with his feet to eat the grass around him. And so
poor little guy.
they were like, I was like, don't put him down, just let me take him. They're like, okay. So I had to force him to walk into my trailer. He had these curled up elf shoes, you know. So I took him home and I cut his feet off. I've had him for 10 years now. I didn't cut his feet off, sorry, his hoofs. I've had him for 10 years, and I've always just had to just keep his feet trimmed down regular, you know.
Yeah.
Donkeys, I don't know what it is about them. They can have the horriblest feet and still be sound, it seems. But
Yeah.
since talking to you and about Founder and everything, I'm like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. So rather than just like cutting his toe real short, I just brought them down, you know, the toe down, because sometimes that sole will want to build up. And then I just went in and even trimmed out his barn, his frog, and left his heels. And I'm just trying to see if I can get his, instead of me having to like force them to look normal,
Uh-huh.
like they might just shape up and
Yeah.
a little bit better just removing, because he does get a huge thick frog, you know, and so just cutting all that out and just seeing if he might do even better that way. So he's
Yeah, well,
fine,
maybe.
but you know.
Well, see now, so if I have a foot where it wants to, the horn tubules back here want to go forward with the rotated toe, okay?
Uh-huh.
You know, where they're like this, you know, all that, like the horn tubules are real close here because the toes want to go up.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and these want to follow it. What I will do is I will put a groove like in here, just a groove, so that, and only can't, I'm looking at this, I don't think I do it like that. It's been a while since I did one. Let me see. I'll put a groove here, like so, just so that these won't follow going that way. So that
Don't
then
you
they're
follow a growth ring when you do that, Linda? Haven't you followed?
well, that's
Yeah.
a different kind of groove. That would be a
Oh,
groove
okay.
on the growth ring. This is just this is a vertical groove for horn tubules that want to go like that in the
Okay.
heels, because they're being pulled forward by the toe. So I'll just put a kind of a groove in front of them, you know, to kind of prevent that. Just, and usually what happens is then the heels grow straighter.
Well, that makes sense. Sorry, it's squeaky. I just backed up a trailer. I've been getting round bales the whole time I've been watching and
Oh,
listening.
How deep is the groove that you put in there, Linda?
just a shallow groove, not, obviously not all the way through the hoof wall and stuff. I'll take some pictures of it next time to show you. And so, that shows you about how deep it is.
Yeah.
Her hoof wall is probably that deep.
So just enough to like cut through the darker
The
pigmented.
outer pigmented, darker horn tubules.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, which, sometimes I'm not sure, I'm like everybody else, I'm not sure, should I do this? Should I do this? If I don't help these horses, who will? You know? Um, that's really what it comes down to, because it's sure as shooting, these vets aren't going to do it. Neither are the farriers, and go find yourself a good barefoot trimmer. That's what got these animals in the condition they're in. Here, I'll show you this deal. A second here.
Yeah, I never put like notches in my clients' horses, but the great
No,
part
you
about
can't.
having all these
It's-
horses that I trimmed is just
Yeah.
you trim a horse and you're there every 8 weeks, you can kind of see how it's growing out. And over the years I just kind of was like, huh, why is it growing like that? Tweak my trim. Okay, that's how you fix it. So over the years, just kind of doing little tweaks and experiments and figuring out what makes them better and what straightens them out and everything.
Yeah.
But the person that has the horse don't know, and so I mean, I'm excited to add this new knowledge to my hoof care that I've already provided, but
And someday we'll know absolutely for sure,
yeah.
and it'll be part of common practice.
Yeah.
You know, what works, if it works, you know, but it's also the doing the right thing at the right time,
Yeah.
which is a whole other step to all this, you know. And so last but not least, I'm going to show you guys the book that I put together when I first started trimming. Yeah, look at this. Okay, anybody ever hear of Tribe Equus? Okay, they're up in Canada, right? Well, they had a picture. This is tribeequus.com. This was a picture on their website. Gosh. Okay. I'm 752. What would that be? 20, 20 maybe? No, this is older than that. So I don't know why that's there. But I had this picture for a long time before I realized that this is that one uh uh foot of Jamie Jackson's. I didn't know it was his. Okay, I really didn't know anything about him. I started with Gene Ovnick. See, everybody thinks it's all the same, all this barefoot stuff. It's not. Okay. Gene Ovnick and Jamie Jackson did not know each other. Okay, when they did their research, Jackson claims that he did his from 1982 to 86. I personally think he just claims that to make it seem like he did it longer than Gene Ovnick. But that's what he claims. Okay, Gene Ovnick, I know for sure, did research with BLM in Wyoming and Montana, 2 seasons from in 86 and 87. Okay, Jackson, whose foot got this foot from the Palomino Valley facility in California. I think it's in California, or Oregon, one of the two. And he says in his interview, he got a bunch of sets, but he only has one set left. I wonder why. Maybe because that's the only set that fit his stupid theory, right? Got rid of the rest of them. They don't match. So this is the rear foot off of one dead wild horse that wore her heels out. And it became the barefoot model for all barefoot trims. How is it we got a rear foot? Why? Because it matched his diluted interpretation of what he thought he saw. Okay, so he says in his interview on YouTube, wild horses have no heels. And that was what he assumed the first time he was in a BLM corral in Litchfield, California. And then he hightailed it out of there, giving him some lame excuse about how, well, you know, I haven't, you know, regular farrier pasture gauge, it won't work on a wild horse hoof. I'm gonna have to go think of something else. And so he gives him this lame excuse. And he says that's when I went to town and I went to the hardware store and I had to make my, what's he call it? My hoof meter reader. Here we go. Because man, regular farrier's pasture gauge just won't work on a wild horse hoof. But guess what? That's what Gene Ovnick used. And it worked just fine. We got pictures. Ain't got no pictures of all the feet Jackson says he measured, examined, and photographed. Didn't put any of the pictures in his book at all. Of the first what was it? 107 horses in the first edition and 250 in the second edition. And so he says, so I didn't know this foot was his. I seen it on this site here, Perfection. And guess what? This is what I tried to trim into my horse for 10 years. It put that image in my brain. So I had made this book when I first started out and before I had this picture. And so I copied a bunch of stuff. Which was this? This is barefoothorse.com. That's an old site. Okay. But the first one I did is back here, which was this is the first thing I put in my book before I put a picture on the front, because the first person I heard of was Gene Overnick and his wild horse research that he did in 86 and 87. And there's a ton of pictures for that of those hooves and him using a regular farrier's hoof gauge. Okay. So the first time I trimmed, I look at here, it says 2007. Okay, so I guess I started in 2007. I don't know why I was thinking I started in 2005. Maybe that's when I finally put the book together. I think that's when I put the book together. Because the first time I did it, I just printed this his directions, which I don't even think had pictures, and I read them as I sat out there. So anyway, so I started putting this book together, and this gives trimming instructions, Gene Overnick's trimming instructions here. And that's what I did for a couple years. And then I started looking on the internet, and I found Pete Ramey, and I found these other people, and I started reading all this different stuff. And I put this book together. And at some point, I thought everybody knew everybody. And it was all just, at some point, I ran into this picture on the internet, and that's what I tried to put on my horse, because it put that image in your head, and then they tell you about a 30-degree hairline, and the short toe and all that. Well, so that guy. Then I find out just these last couple years, well, that that foot belonged to Jamie Jackson, and that he got it from the Palomino Valley facility. He went there to get cadaver hooves. After he was at Litchfield and left to go make his hoof meter reader, which he said works better than a regular farrier's pasture gauge, which I got pictures of Gene Overnick had no problem using this on hooves. No problem whatsoever. And wild horse hooves don't look much different than that, people. Okay, but Jackson made some phony, lame excuse about how this won't work, and how instead he had to go figure something else out. I think he's just making an excuse to them wranglers so he can get the heck out of there after he'd gone to all the trouble to get BLM to let him go in there. So you got a horse that's tied up and kicking, and you could come in there, you could put this thing on there like this, okay, and then take it off and read it without sticking your face down there in that horse's hoof, right? You could say, okay, that's 53 degrees. That's pretty good. Instead, Jackson says he invented his hoof meter reader and used a clipboard. Now, I want you to imagine that. Horse moving around, you get your face up there, let's see, how would you even do it? Trying to get your hoof meter reader up there so that you could read the foot. I don't even know how that dang thing works. Just a minute. I think it's this side. There we go. Now, I want to ask you, what do you think is going to be easier? Ugh. See? Let's see. Gotta get my face down there. All right. It's the same. It's 53 degrees. See, this is a bunch of BS. Now you know what he's got for people? He's got a box that you put high up on your hoof stand that's this big, so you can make your horse put his foot way high up on the hoof stand, so then you can get your face down there to read it. You know, of course, I suppose you don't have to. You could hold it like this so that it just stays still. You know, now he's got that. You know, so the horse has to put his foot, 2-3 feet in the air, and then you put that up there like that. I'm telling you, this is the ticket right here. He could have used that all along, and he knows. See, but hey, you can sell this piece of junk for $20. So whatever. So I tortured my horse with this trim, trying to put that foot on my horse for 10 years. And this is a falsehood. Wild horse all don't have feet like this. This was off an old mare that wore her heels out. And this is a rear foot. What the hell? Are you trying to put a rear foot on the front foot of a horse when her feet are different? See? But this matched his theory, his mistake and his theory. And this took us right back to trimming the heels out of horses. Yes, it did. Now, it was interesting because that was in the garage for 10 years too. Well, not quite 10, quite a few years. I mean, I forgot completely about that. And I didn't even remember that picture was on the front till here about 6 months ago. I was digging around in the garage and I found it and I went, holy heck. See how that picture was lodged into my brain pan and everybody else in the world. You see that foot everywhere. Let's see here. Okay, I'll show you something else interesting. Here's a book. Thank you very much, Janet. Janet bought me this book. Okay. This is called On the Horse's Foot, Shoes and Shoeing. And it was expensive because it's out of print. And this is Henry Hamerling's book. And I have told you about, let's get that up here. Yeah. I've told you about,
Hey, wait. It's all worth it in the long run.
okay, well, bless your heart. You've been such a tremendous blessing.
I still remember when I found that. What was it? The book that cost, what's her name? Dr. Strausser's book?
Oh my gosh.
Remember?
What they want for that, and you found it cheap.
I found it from Australia for like $20.
Yeah, and they want to charge you for that book. Where is that book? Just a minute here.
I'll never get over that.
I got all those books here somewhere.
That
Hope for Soundness. They want hundreds of dollars
for it.
And it's total junk.
I got it from Australia.
These people think their poo don't stink, so to speak.
That was one of my better cues one night when I was looking.
Yeah, that worked out really good. So, Henry Hamerling, and I've advised people to read his research article on the proper hoof angle, which is really about the proper heel height, where he tells the history of how up until 1754, it was believed that horses should have high heels and a frog well up off the ground. That's the way they were. And then Philip Lafosse, Frenchman, in 1754, comes up with the book and says, no, shoe them after my method, and put tip shoes on them. Tip shoe, that's where the shoe's only on this part, and then they'd be real thin right here. And then you trim the heels down till the frog is bearing frog pressure. And the doctrine of frog pressure was born, and horses have been being crippled ever since. And of course, what do you have to do to get that foot? You have to keep lowering the heels. See? And then that got combined with frog pressure from that Dr. Boker. who never come up or dreamed up anything, because that doctrine's been in veterinary science ever since 1750. And so, you know, academia merges with false barefoot. And that's why you and I are here, because they crippled our horses. And so this book is Henry Hamerling's, who wrote that history on that, the proper hoof angle or heel height, which there's a link on the group page about it. I'll put it on here too and stuff. And so he wrote, this man was a farrier. He started American Farriers Magazine. He was inducted into the Farrier Hall of Fame, International Farrier Hall of Fame. He was not just a farrier. This guy was a true scholar. Okay. I mean, he was amazing. And so I saw this book, and then I was talking to Janet about it, and by George, she bought it and sent it to me. It was such a blessing. I could not believe this book. It is a mind blower. Now, I wish a stupid thing had turned around. I don't know why these things do this way, but it's called On the Horse's Foot, Shoes and Shoeing. And it's a book where he compiled a list of all the men throughout history who have written about the horse's foot, who have written on the horse's foot. Like not, like not written on it, but written about it, right? So I just want to give you an example of what this is like. Okay. This is a bibliographic record and a brief timeline history of horseshoeing. Brief. It's brief. It's got 366 pages. Okay. All right. So here, it's dedicated to us, people. He dedicated this book to us. He passed away a couple years ago. Dedicated to you searchers and researchers. Okay, so he's got the preface, abbreviations, authors, chronological list of books, titles, bibliographies, index by country, anatomy, who wrote on anatomy, physiology, and biomechanics, who wrote on histories, timeline and history, info, my sources and where you can find these books, mistakes. So he does a preface now, just this is it. Authors. Here's a list of authors of men who have written on this book. Okay, authors. So you got from A, okay, starting with A, got that one guy in here, Adam and Stashik's lameness in horses. Okay, I do believe that's Charles Adams, but not sure. Okay, so here's author, here's the A's, and there is, let's see, 7. This is all just authors, gives the time, like Lorena C. Francisco, 1522. My gosh, 1700s, 1800s, 1900s, 20th century. Still, this is just authors. We're in the P, we're in the R, we're in the T. Okay, so 20 pages in tiny writing of authors, clear to Z, from A to Z, from ancient BC to AD our time. Okay, now, as if that isn't enough, he does a whole chronological list of books and timeline starting in 430 BC with a guy named Simon of Athens, and to Xenophon, he was a historian and military leader and cavalryman, 380 BC. You got a Roman, 36 BC. I'll read you what Xenophon said. He's in choosing a war horse. Okay, if anybody ought to know about Warhorse, it was the Greeks, right? Alexander the Great. If you don't know who that is, you need to learn, because they conquered the then known world on horses without shoes. There you go. And in his journal, he said the only time they had to stop was for 2 weeks when they had to let the horse's feet grow. There you go. Okay, so he says, in buying a horse, the first things you ought to look at are his feet. High ones meaning high in front and high behind the heels, keep what is called the frog well off the ground. While horses with low hooves, heels, sorry, just a minute. What I hate about this, not having a muter. Low ones, while while horses with low hooves walk with the hardest and softest part of the foot at once, like knock-kneed men. Okay. So he was clearly against frog. Hamerling says he was clearly against frog pressure. Okay, well, it says here he was against moistening the hooves too, which we know moisture is a good thing on good feet. But anyway, he was against frog pressure and low heels. Okay, so this goes 55, 350. Hippocrates wrote a treatise on the veterinary art and about hooves. Goes up in 1160, 1200s, one in the 1300s. Then in the 1400s, it starts getting prolific-y. And then in the 1500s, more and more people write, because of course, why? The printing press was invented. So lots of people in the 1500s start writing about hooves. And then in the 1600s, even more, because people are having more freedom. See, once you start breaking up the church monopoly, people had more freedom because churches weren't totally controlling the people, and they had the printing press. And then we get into the 1700s, what are we headed towards? The American Revolution and freedom from tyranny. And so there's also the freedom to write and the freedom to, explore things like that. So we get up here to, okay, he should be here, Lafosse. These two bozos here, this Claude Beaujolais, who was the first head of the French school, and then Etienne Lafosse, they called him Philip. Okay, he's the one that started the whole frog pressure movement. After how many thousand years of high heels with a frog off the ground, all this back here, all of a sudden this bozo comes along and he promotes this doctrine. And because he had a major book on horse anatomy, one of the first people to really study horse anatomy in that way. Well, the Greeks did. Okay. In fact, they studied horse anatomy because they were not allowed to cut people up. So anyway, he starts the whole frog pressure thing. Okay. What's he say here? Smith comments, it is remarkable how truth may be lost while error is, this is pretty good. Okay. It is remarkable how truth may be lost while error is certain of vigorous growth and longevity. Boy, isn't that the truth? So true. Not only were Lafosse's and his good ideas were overlooked. There we go. And his bad ideas were adopted. Isn't that something? And his bad idea was frog pressure. Lower the heels till you get frog pressure. It was adopted by who? By this bozo, Claude Beaujolais, who, when he read Exonophon saying their heels should be high and the frog off the ground, said that Exonophon's opinion was trifling and false. You know, he was a French lord. Okay. Says he found frog pressure helpful in cases of weak heels and hastily recommended it for all horses, plus many more mistakes. He recommended a tip shoe and low hoof angle. Is it any wonder that he was an early observer of navicular disease? What? See, people before me have seen this, okay? But they got silenced. This guy was before Jamie Jackson. Jamie Jackson screwed up more than you'll ever know. Okay. He recommended tip shoes and a low hoof angle. Is it any wonder that he was an early observer of navicular disease? Yeah, because he got them all doing that and it caused navicular. On page 11, he describes the supposed shoulder lameness, which was actually in the foot, navicular disease, which is odd for several reasons. He calls it a compression, but says it's as if between an anvil and a hammer, which is more like concussion. He says it raises the nut bone against the tendon, which puts the fleshly sole in a state of compression. So why does he recommend more frog pressure? Even though he was seeing that it looks like the foot and the navicular bone was in it being crunched, he just recommends more frog pressure. Why is it? Because these jerks, once they say something wrong because of their ego, they don't give a damn who dies, who suffers. They will double down on it. Okay. And that not only goes for horses, that goes for us and for the medical field as well. Okay. So, all right. So anyway, yeah, he wrote a bunch of stuff. Lafosse. Okay. And, so there ought to be, so that started there. The French vet schools, stuff like that. As I read to you before, Henry Hamerling said that when Lafosse come out with this, the farriers in France wrote a refutation against him. But of course, their weight didn't hold because these people were lords, you know. And so, okay, so we go on for 40, 50 years with the frog pressure thing spreading all over the place and into England. And then in 1793, okay, graduate of the French school, he comes to manage the new English Royal Veterinary College. And anyway, they do Lafosse's method there, in spite of all the horses they crippled, you know. And so anyway, so it gets established in that school. This guy dies in 3 years. And this guy here, who didn't know jack about horses or shoeing or nothing, becomes the head of that school. And he writes the major book on shoeing that is still followed today. His anatomy, everything, he followed Lafosse, everything he taught was false. And that is what got established in the vet schools. And then there was Bracy Clark, who was one of the first graduates of this school, started by St. Bell. And he graduates, and after 10 years, he finds out that the reason given for contracted heels is not real. And though he learned at first this whole frog pressure and practiced it and stuff like that, he comes to the conclusion it's false. And in 1829, he writes a book exposing the whole thing. He also finds out that he'd had shoeing establishments open where they were, growing heel and seeing these horses healed and all that. That this Coleman the whole time was working against him. Right here. He finds that out in 1829. He talks about it in the preface of his book. So, where is it here? So these are more people writing on the hoof, everything like that. We're going to go over a bunch of years here. See, I don't know if Hammerling will have Bracy's book from 1829 because Bracy wrote the same book in 1809. And then he worked all that time to try and change the status quo on, trimming the heels out. And then he found out many years later that this Edward Coleman had been working across against him the whole time. So here he has Bracy writing a book on essay on canker and corns of the feet. See, Bracy Clark, prolific writer. Bracy Clark, Cracked Hooves and Running Thrush. Bracy Clark, an essay on canker. Bracy Clark, Ringbone. It's probably a much more. Yeah, let's just look at this here. Bracy Clark. See, that guy was brilliant to beat the band. Let's see here. Bracy Clark. Anyway, wrote a book here. It's all in French, so I didn't know what it says. The artificial defense of the horse's hoof considered by Bracy Clark. So from the time Bracy Clark graduated, he was just a prolific writer. Bracy Clark, sand crack and quitter, all the diseases of the horse's foot. He researched the foot more than any other person. These meaning the anatomy of the foot. And let's see, yeah, Bracy Clark, 1822. Bracy Clark, he was the most prolific writer and researcher. Let's see if he has 18. Bracy Clark, Short History of the Horse and the Progress of Horse Knowledge. He even invented a furnace. He invented a little stove that poor people could put in their house to keep warm in their apartments. That was safe. The guy was brilliant. Okay, let's see. Bracy Clark, a disclosure of the apparatus for making a new tablet shoe of expansion. He's trying to work with decontracting feet. Bracy Clark, let's see here. Bracy Clark, 1827. Bracy Clark, 1827. The foot of the horse, its true structure, laws, and economy explained. Now, 1829. Let's see. Okay. Does the same book again, only calls it Hippodonamia. Bracy Clark, or the true structure, laws, and economy of the horse's foot, also Podophothora, or the ruinous defect in the principles of the common shoe detected and demonstrated by experiment. So this guy, more still, Bracy Clark. We're going into the 30s now. For 50 some years, that guy wrote on the foot, and he is the one that has the most on the horrible detrimental damage of frog pressure. So Bracy Clark, it's 1839 now. Okay. Let's see here. Can't remember when he died exactly. But he died. Basically, he died with a broken heart. Okay, because he saw the damage being done. If you read his book, Hippodonamia, he saw the damage being done to the horses because these men adopted this foolish doctrine of frog pressure that we still have today. And we would have got out of it. Okay, so he must be dead by now because it's not showing his books anymore. So, okay, so let's go through the 1800s. Look at all these writers in the 1800s, and they still never got it right. See? Wouldn't listen to him because Edward Coleman just derided him and backstabbed him at every freaking turn. So we're still going. Again, showing you who wrote again about the foot. But what do? They just carry on each other's errors in anatomy. That's all these men did. Now, not that many of them were sincere, all that, but here's the thing. If your foundation is wrong, if you have any false teaching, incorrect understanding of the basic anatomy, then anything you try to practice or think about the foot or anything like that is going to wind up being in error. In error. Now, you had all these men doing this. Why is this? Because all the horses are lame. All the horses are dying at a young age. They got multiple hoof diseases. All of it caused by lowering the heels and forcing frog pressure. But they never come up against that, hardly ever. And anybody that did, nobody listened to them. So here now we're into the 1900s. You still got prolific writing. Why? If they had the answers, you wouldn't have that, right? Because horses are lame. And today, what are they? The horses are lame. So then he gives, you see, in this part, he's telling you what they wrote about and when and the name of their book. Okay. And then in this part here, I don't want to lick my fingers. He's just giving you the titles. Okay. The titles of periodicals, books, all the books in the year by an alphabetical order. See, over here, he's giving you the dates and who wrote. Here, he's giving you alphabetical order and who wrote. Oh my goodness. See here we go. Look through here. I wonder how many, if we went to Bracy Clark, let's see here. Apric. Oh, let's see. Oh, well, this is alphabetical order of the name of the book. Okay. And then abbreviations of who the author was. Okay, so once you get through that, then you got index by country. Now, are you seeing what I'm saying? That this guy, Henry Hamerling, is a true scholar? Index by country. American books, starting in 1735. American books. Australian books. Sorry, only got one. Maybe two. You got two, guys. Austrian books. Here's the number of books in Austria. It's like 20. British. Well, the British were prolific writers. Okay. My gosh, I guess. Look at that. Well, there's Bracy Clark there. He's mentioned numerous times. Clark. I like chicken. British books. Looky there. Czechoslovakian books. Got one. I guess Czechoslovakia isn't even a country anymore, is it? It's now the Czech Republic or something. French books. Well, the French too. Prolific writers. Of course, that's where horse layman came from. France. Okay. German books. Look at all the German books. Oh, a ton. Okay, Hungarian, you got two. Italian and Byzantine. Going clear back to fourth or Byzantine, that'd be Ctesiphon, Simon of Athens, different Romans. Latvian, 5 books. Netherlands. Oh, the Netherlands have quite a number here. Polish, 3. Russian, Scandinavian, South African, Spanish, unclassified. Don't know where them guys were. Here, 6. Anatomy and physiology. Giving you all the names of them. Histories, people who wrote some histories. There you go. Clark wrote history too. Timeline of, then he gives you the timeline of history. Look at that. See there? Going through it again. Holy Hannah. I mean, the work that went into this. See, so when you read that article on what was it? The proper hoof angle. This is the research that went into that article. There you go. Okay. Well, anyway, that's it for today. We got to have a history lesson every single time. Okay, because those who do not learn from history are destined to repeat it. The part I didn't go into was Leslie Emery and his book, okay, that came out in 1977, advocating heels to cure navicular, okay, and how Jamie Jackson destroyed that, how horses were starting to get cured when Leslie Emery came along and convinced, or not, when Jamie Jackson came along, befriended Leslie Emery and convinced Leslie Emery that his ideas didn't work. Convinced Leslie Emery that one dead wild horse's foot with no heel was the true natural foot, when we can look at all the wild horses today, just on Facebook alone, and see that they all have feet that at a minimum have that much heel. Yeah. Okay. I have collected hundreds of pictures. So, Mr. Jackson was wrong. And someday the world's going to know it. And these people that became famous are going to be infamous, because there's no reason why they shouldn't know this. But no matter how many horses go lame, it's all the diet. It's all the diet. Oh, we just need a chiropractor. We just need a body worker. Oh, we just need some essential oils, and some trace minerals. See? Anyway, okay. Well, I'm going to get up from my soapbox. Hey, everybody take care. Thank you for putting up with me and listening. Allow me to share this. This here, this is a passion to help horses. And this, us understanding the history of this diabolical, evil, wicked thing that has been going on is vital. Okay? We cannot let it fall by the wayside. We have to finish the mission of Bracy Clark. Okay, folks, you have a great week. And next week, we will just do hoof evaluations or something like that. Okay? Okay. We're going to sign out.
Thank you, Linda.
Okay. Hey, thank you, everybody. You're awesome.
Bye-bye.
Bye.